Chapter 1597. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Everyone in the strange sect is worshipping that sun. We've tried to get close to it but we couldn't. Over the years, we've determined that it's the most valuable, and it should be a terrifying power vessel. From the fact that we can't get close to it, it must be related to space, Starfox said. Lu Yin raised a brow. The most mysterious things in the universe were space and time. His dai had the power to stop time, which had allowed him to evolve to his current level and overcome countless dangers. When Longtian had used his innate gift to grab space, Bai Xiaohong and the others had misunderstood and thought that Lu Yin's innate gift was related to space. Anything related to space or time, regardless of whether it was an innate gift, battle technique or power vessel, was enough to cause the entire universe to boil over and everyone would scramble for it. It was no wonder that Starfox and the others were unwilling to leave. A power vessel that might be related to space was right in front of them and no one wanted to give it up. I can't get close no matter what? Lu Yin asked. Starfox replied, this space is only so big but I can't get close to the black sun. Lu Yin put on his miniature armor. He didn't believe that he couldn't get close to the black sun, so he leapt up and tore through the void. The black-masked assassins didn't stop him as they didn't believe that Lu Yin could get close. Lu Yin tore through the void and walked out. The black sun wasn't too far away, so he tore through the void again and rushed over. He was still traveling through the astral source universe, but he was still far away. He didn't tear through the void, but instead flew towards the black sun. He could see the end of this space, but he couldn't get close to the black sun. This shouldn't be the case as this didn't conform to common sense. Either the black sun was too far away or it was fake. How could a fake solar energy be preserved for so long? The entire strange sect had been eroded, and Starfox had said that everyone was worshipping the black sun, so it shouldn't be fake. Lu Yin continued to try. Below, Starfox and the black-masked assassin watched Lu Yin's figure in the sky. It looked like he was flying towards the black sun, but in reality he wasn't moving at all. This strange scene sent chills down their spines, but it also excited them. They were increasingly convinced that the black sun was related to space. If it wasn't for the power of space, then how could it be possible? Lu Yin was a powerhouse who could injure an emissary and travel through the astral source universe. Half a day passed, but Lu Yin still couldn't get close to the black sun. He felt helpless as he couldn't force his way through it. Was there any other way? He immediately thought of the Stonewall scriptures. In any case, no matter what happened, he would just recite it. This time he had guessed wrong. It was useless to recite the Stonewall scriptures. He still couldn't approach the black sun. The more it was like this, the more Lu Yin wanted to approach it. He wanted to see what it was, and so he used all of the techniques at his disposal, including the U-Secret Art, the Su-Secret Art, his domain, Battle Force, the Greater Teleportation Array, and the True Scripture of Eon Evolution. However, it was all to no avail as he still couldn't get close. Suddenly, something within his body vibrated. He lowered his head and clutched at his heart. There was a slight tremor. It was the black and white fog. He had unintentionally touched it, and when he looked up, the black sun had grown larger. Larger meant that it was getting closer. Lu Yin's eyes shone with a strange light. He shifted his fates and causing the black and white fog to churn as death energy flowed out of his body. Instantly, the black sun drew closer, and Lu Yin could faintly see strands of blackness spreading out from within the sun. Came out and connected with him. Lu Yin stared at the black sun. Could that be death energy? Was that black sun death energy? Below, the black-masked assassin and Starfox were stunned. They watched as Lu Yin slowly approached the black sun. How was he doing this? Starfox's eyes flickered. Impossible. We've tried for so many years but it's still useless. He's getting closer. That thing is his, the black-masked assassin said bitterly. They had never thought of snatching it as it was simply impossible. Furthermore, there were envoys like Lu Yefei and Drifting Flower outside. Even though Lu Yin was getting closer, his speed was very slow. But no matter how slow he was, he still had to get closer. The Reaper transformation required the black and white fog within his body, and he had used up too much of it during the battle at Mount Supreme. He had also relied on Crown Prince Gui Qian's strength during the battle in the Cosmic Tree Realm, or else he wouldn't have been able to use it. If that black sun really was death energy, then it would be perfect to replenish the black and white fog. But why was there death energy here? What did the Mysterium sect have to do with the Reaper? Lu Yin thought back to the Reaper's force field that Xianxia had mentioned. Could it be that? He didn't know how much time had passed, but he was now very close to the black sun. Compared to the black sun he had seen at the start, it was now more than 10 times larger. This proved that he was getting closer and closer to the black sun. The black masked assassin and Star Fox also tried to get closer, but they couldn't get any closer. The death energy spreading out from the black sun became more and more obvious, and the two watched as the black gas connected to Lu Yin. They grew nervous, not knowing what would happen next. The death energy entered his body, and Lu Yin directly absorbed it to replenish the black and white fog. From below, Lu Yin was connected to the black sun by a black line, but he was still getting closer and closer. That black line was the death energy, and it grew thicker and thicker until it was like a river flowing through the sky. Even though Lu Yin was still getting closer to the black sun, there was still a great distance between them, which was why the black river was so majestic. The more death energy he absorbed, the more condensed the black and white fog within his body. Lu Yin's eyes gradually turned pure black, and the death energy wrapped around his body like chains. He hadn't undergone the Reaper transformation, but his current appearance was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, Lu Yin rapidly descended, moving further and further away from the black sun. The death energy spreading out from the black sun grew thinner and thinner until it finally returned to the sun. Lu Yin smashed into the ground with a loud bang, and a gale swept out in all directions, turning all of the Oddity Sect's buildings into ashes. Star Fox and Star Fox felt that it was a pity, but they couldn't stop him. They looked at Lu Yin and could feel the terrifying aura that he was emitting. That aura made them panic from the bottom of their hearts. Lu Yin's back was facing the two, and his breathing was sometimes rapid and sometimes slow. It gradually stabilized and his eyes gradually returned to normal. He looked up, but it had been too dangerous. He had almost lost consciousness, and death energy was something that could cause one to lose their mind. Even he couldn't absorb too much of it. Moreover, he had absorbed it so far away from the sun. If he had really entered the sun, he would have been turned into a puppet of the death energy. The death energy here might not be any less than the death energy in the Eternal Kingdom, and he guessed that this was most likely the Reaper's force field. After absorbing the death energy, the black and white fog within his body had become much more condensed than it had been during the Supreme Tournament. This also depended on his strength. With an increase in strength, he could absorb even more. The more death energy there was, the stronger the Reaper transformation would become. He didn't know how powerful the Reaper transformation was now. Alliance Master Lu? Star Fox hesitated for a moment before calling out tentatively. Lu Yin turned around and looked at the two. Let's go. We can't get it. Star Fox and the black masked assassin looked at each other. Can Alliance Master Lu tell us what it is? Lu Yin replied, it's not something you can touch. Once you do, you'll definitely die. Can Alliance Master Lu explain? The black masked assassin asked. He was unwilling to give up. They had been guarding this place for so long, but they still didn't know what it was. Lu Yin thought about it. Have you heard of the Spectre race? The black masked assassin blurted out, that race that should be destroyed. Lu Yin nodded and looked at the black sun. That thing belongs to the Spectre race. Once you touch it, you might be assimilated and become a walking corpse like those monsters from the Neo-Human Alliance. Then how can you touch it? Star Fox asked as he felt that Lu Yin was lying to them. Lu Yin smiled. Because I was modified by the Spectre race and managed to survive. Star Fox and the black masked assassin were shocked, as they had never expected Lu Yin to tell them such a thing. This was not a secret, and all of the upper echelons of the Hall of Honor knew about it. Lu Yin had no intention of hiding it, as his appearance after the Death God transformation was too demonic, and he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. There's no need to care about this place. Even if the Sixth Mainland discovers it, it'll be useless, Lu Yin said. Aside from the death energy, there was nothing else of value here. That death energy was also of no value to the Sixth Mainland, and those from the Sixth Mainland might not be able to discover this place. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to approach the Black Sun. If the Black Sun really was the Death God's force field, then its origins were too great. Forget about the envoys, even half a team might not be able to approach it. After leaving the Odd Sex space, Lu Yin took the 50 aura-concealing stones and headed back to Xenu Star with the willow leaves. The people from Aegis would also be moving to Frostwave Weave as soon as possible. Aside from Aegis, the people from the Sea King's Dome would also be moving to Frostwave Weave, and the Central Weave would soon be taken over by the Sixth Mainland. This was a situation that would be difficult for Lu Yin to change. After such a long time, he was finally going to return to Xenu Star, and Lu Yin finally experienced the feeling of homecoming. Xenu Star and Earth were both his hometowns, but the astral tree that represented Zhou Xian felt so foreign to him. Even if he recovered his memories, he would still be Lu Yin, and he would always be Lu Yin. Beep 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 beep. His gadget beeped and Lu Yin glanced at it. It was Madame Yu. Lu Yin did not want to get involved in the matter between the Yo Court and the Sword Sect, at least not for now. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the universe. Regardless of what the Yo Court was planning, the moment Lu Yin's involvement in the Yo Court was exposed, the other 8 flow zones would be on high alert, and there would be no point in him withdrawing from the blazing mist flow zone. After a while, his gadget beeped again. This time it was not from the Yo Court, but from Balsam, the CEO of Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse. Lu Yin knew that she would contact him, but he had not expected her to wait until now. It had been more than 10 days since Yumu had been hunted down, and she had only contacted him when they were about to reach Frostwave Weave. This meant that she must have been investigating for some time. Alliance Master Lu, I'm sorry to disturb you, Balsam said politely. Lu Yin asked, what is it? May I ask if Yumu is in your hands? Balsam asked, getting straight to the point. Nope, Lu Yin answered immediately. Chapter 1598. Balsam fell silent when she heard Lu Yin's denial. Because of Yumu, Shamrock Enterprises became enemies with the Great Eastern Alliance, causing the company to suffer huge losses. The company decided to punish him, but during the punishment process, Yumu was taken away by your people. Alliance leader Lu, don't you know about this? That's right. Yumu proposed a deal, saying that he would give me some sort of pill in exchange for his life. I asked the Sea King and Elder to rescue him, and I planned to bring him to the Great Eastern Alliance. However, he was intercepted by the Sixth Mainland's Autumn Frost family along the way, and his whereabouts are still unknown. Balsam was astonished, as she had not been aware of this matter. When Yu Er had reported to her, she had been busy and had not received the message in time. When she saw Yu Er's report, she had immediately contacted Lu Yin, but she had not expected that the Sixth Mainland's Autumn Frost family would be involved. The Sixth Mainland's Autumn Frost family had once been one of the 3 great families in the Bloodburn realm. Even after the Sixth Mainland had been invaded by monsters and lost many experts, the Autumn Frost family still had a world imprinter, which was a powerful existence with a power level of over 800,000. It was comparable to the Day-Night clan and the Sword Sect, which were the top powers of the Innerverse 8 great flow zones. Why would the Autumn Frost family appear there? And why would they intercept Yumu? Balsam asked curiously. Lu Yin snorted. Yumu is a despicable person. On one hand, he tried to tempt me into saving him, but on the other hand, he immediately joined the Autumn Frost family. Not only did he violate the deal, but he also heavily injured Elder He. I hope that Shamrock Enterprises can capture Yumu from the Autumn Frost family, and please invite me to watch the punishment so that I can vent my anger. Balsam did not know if Lu Yin was telling the truth, as this matter concerned the Autumn Frost family. Shamrock Enterprises still had some intelligence network in the western weaves of the Outerverse, but they could not infiltrate the Autumn Frost family. It would not be easy to verify this information. Alliance leader Lu Yumu is very treacherous. His words might not be trustworthy. Lu Yin's tone turned cold. You don't trust me? Do you think that I hid Yumu? Go investigate and see if the Autumn Frost family sent an expert to a weave in the Outerverse. Right, that expert seems to be called Uncle Hua or something. Elder He heard him. Balsam was silent for a moment. Alright, we'll investigate. Sorry for disturbing you, Alliance leader. Lu Yin continued. Actually, I'm very curious. Yumu said that Shamrock Enterprises had developed a type of astral source pill that could allow one to break into the astral source universe. This should be the bargaining chip he used to join the Autumn Frost family. Do you really have such a pill? Balsam Ji sneered. Break into the stellar source universe? That's the privilege of an emissary. The universe is mysterious and it's not something that can be done with pills. If Shamrock Enterprises really had the ability to create the so-called astral source pill, we would have been on the same level as the Aurora Company and the Mavis Bank. Why would we even fail to move our headquarters to the World Mountain? Alliance leader Lu, you're a smart person. You don't believe Yu Mu's lies, do you? Lu Yin hesitated. But he did break into the astral source universe to escape. Otherwise, how could he have survived? Yu Mu has obtained quite a few good things over the years as the Outerverse president. It's said that he's even discovered quite a few sects and clans that have been hiding in the void since ancient times. It's normal for him to have some life-saving methods, Balsam explained. She then continued, if Alliance Master Lu doesn't believe me, you can come visit Shamrock Enterprises. With Alliance Master Lu's status, you'll be able to see all of Shamrock Enterprises' products. Alliance Master Lu can also come and check if there are any astral source pills. Lu Yin's tone turned cold. It looks like this Yu Mu really did lie to me. My apologies, Miss Balsam, for interfering with your company's punishment of Yu Mu. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. You'll compensate me. There's no need for that. He's just a stray dog and doesn't have much value. I'm contacting Alliance Leader Lu because I don't want any more misunderstandings because of this person. Since he's been taken away by the Autumn Frost family, we'll ask the Autumn Frost family for him. Alliance Master Lu, sorry for the disturbance. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and then hung up. Behind him, Big Sis Fei Hua squeaked in surprise. You're really good at making things up. You didn't release the Autumn Frost family because you were afraid that the company would find out. You even specifically reminded that woman that Yu Mu would use the astral source pill as a bargaining chip to join the Autumn Frost family. This way, no matter how much the Autumn Frost family denies it or even tells Shamrock Enterprises that Uncle Hua and the others have gone missing, Shamrock Enterprises won't believe them. Mr. Lu Yi sighed. It's no wonder that he was able to deceive gods and ghosts. The entire starry sky of the trees was thrown into chaos, and the White Dragon clan will become a laughingstock for a long time to come. Even the Dragon Ancestor and the Frigid Ancestor will not be able to detect his presence. How ruthless. Lu Yin didn't feel like Mr. Lu was praising him. I was just protecting myself. Can that astral source pill really allow an enlighter to break into the astral source universe? Big Sis Fei Hua asked, as she had never heard of such a thing in the astral tree realm. Lu Yin shrugged. I don't know, but I hope so. In the current universe, who knows if it's true or not? Lu Yi and Fei Hua exchanged glances and then they both looked at Lu Yin. This kid's words were the most fake. Sometimes, if you wanted to take advantage of the situation, you had to muddy the waters. Shamrock Enterprises might not believe the Autumn Frost family's words, but that was only if the Autumn Frost family was willing to explain themselves. Given the Autumn Frost family's personality, they might not explain themselves to Shamrock Enterprises, and they might even suspect that Shamrock Enterprises had done something to Uncle Hua and the others. Of course, they would definitely suspect Lu Yin as well. All he needed was time, and he wanted to give Yu Mu some time to bring the astral source pill. As long as the astral source pill was in his hands, he could release the Autumn Frost family, and he could chat more with Shamrock Enterprises. As he looked at the 3 rings of land in front of him and the familiar planet, Lu Yin grew excited. He was back. Ever since he had left Earth, stepped onto Xenu Star and then embarked on the path to the Astral Combat Academy, he had returned to Xenu Star many times, but he had never been as excited as he was now. This excursion had been extremely dangerous, and he had thought that he would never return from the astral tree. Now that he saw Xenu Star again, he felt a sense of familiarity. Lu Yin was not qualified to be the Great Yu Empire's royal regent. It had been a long time since he had held a court meeting, and he had no plans to do so in the future. His status as the Great Eastern Alliance's leader was much higher than that of the Great Yu Empire's royal regent. Lu Yin's return did not alarm Xenu Star, and only a few people knew that he had returned. At the entrance of King Zishan's palace, Kaze looked at the familiar figure and trembled. He quickly bowed. Your subordinate welcomes your highness back. Lu Yin grunted and looked at Kaze. Not bad. You've improved quite a bit. Kaze bowed, not daring to look at Lu Yin directly. Thank you for your praise, your highness. Back then Lu Yin had subdued Kaze on a whim, as he had thought that he might have a chance to interact with the Dire Barbarian clan in the future. But now, the Dire Barbarian clan was insignificant to him, and they did not even have an emissary. Lu Yin could easily destroy them, but Kaze had been guarding the door for many years, so he had gotten used to it. Ah, your highness is back. I'll go prepare some flower tea. Zhao Ran was startled when she saw Lu Yin and she quickly skipped away. She was still as carefree as ever, but Lu Yin was still comforted that she had remembered him. The flying willows were settled in King Zishan's palace. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. This was because they could not leave Lu Yin and he needed these 2 bodyguards. Your Highness, try it. Zhou Ran poured a cup of flower tea for Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at it in a daze. Why was its appearance becoming stranger and stranger? In the past, flower tea had at most a horrifying color, but now, Lu Yin felt as if he could see creatures swimming within it. Was this thing even drinkable? Zhou Ran looked at Lu Yin expectantly as if she were a child waiting for a reward. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Have a sip first. Zhou Ran was confused. Why? It's delicious. Doesn't your Highness like it? Lu Yin coughed. No, it's just that. At this moment Kay's voice rang out. Your Highness, the City Lord of Million City, Jade Mountain Sea, requests an audience. Please enter, Lu Yin hurriedly said. He then looked at Zhou Ran. You can leave for now. I'll call for you later. Zhou Ran grunted and looked at the flower tea with a slightly aggrieved expression. Not long after, Jade Mountain Sea entered and immediately bowed when he saw Lu Yin. Jade Mountain Sea Cucumber greets the alliance leader. Lu Yin gestured for him to enter. Where's she? She didn't come with you? Jade Mountain Sea smiled bitterly. That girl has been busy for the past few days and hasn't come out yet. My apologies. Lu Yin waved a hand. It was thanks to her that we were able to deal with Shamrock Enterprises. Please thank her for me. We should be the ones thanking the alliance leader. If not for the Great Eastern Alliance taking us in, who knows where our Million City would have gone. It's not that exaggerated. Lu Yin smiled. Jade Mountain Sea sighed. Your Highness, you don't know about the Phineas clan's situation. It's said that they're not doing too well. The Phineas clan was also known as the Dark Phoenix clan, and they were located in the Endless Weaves in the west. During the war with the Sixth Mainland, Mr. Mu had pushed the entire Endless Weaves towards the Southern Weaves, and the Dark Phoenix clan had naturally been included. Now that the Western Weaves were under the rule of the Sixth Mainland, the Dark Phoenix clan was naturally included. The Dark Phoenix clan had once joined the Great Eastern Alliance, and when the Sixth Mainland was about to take over the Outerverse, Wang Wen had contacted the Dark Phoenix clan. The Dark Phoenix clan was not willing to leave the Western Weaves, and the Great Eastern Alliance would not start a war with the Sixth Mainland because of them. That would be insane. In the end, the Dark Phoenix clan naturally fell under the rule of the Sixth Mainland. Which family from the Sixth Mainland rules the Dark Phoenix clan? Lu Yin was curious as he did not know much about the current situation in the Western Weaves. It seemed that he should find some time to chat with Uncle Hua. Jade Mountain Sea replied, the Arrow Sect. Lu Yin was astonished. What? The Sword Sect? The Arrow Sect used to be a power in the eastern region of the Sixth Mainland's concealed progenitor realm, and they gave birth to the Savage Archer God, an absolute expert with the heavenly imprint. They instantly became one of the top powers in the Sixth Mainland. Their members are all giants and they specialize in using arrows. Each arrow is more than 5 meters long and they specialize in killing. They are a terrifying power, and the Dark Phoenix clan was taken over by the Arrow Sect and became their mounts. Lu Yin's expression changed. Mounts? Jade Mountain Seaside. The Arrow Sect is made up of giants who kill in outer space and use their archery to kill their enemies. Naturally, they would need mounts, and the Dark Phoenix clan became their mounts. Actually, the Dark Phoenix clan should be regretting that they did not move to Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin had not expected the Dark Phoenix clan to be in such a miserable state. No matter what, they were still a powerful clan that had fought their way out of the Innerverse, but they had actually been reduced to being mounts. However, they had brought this upon themselves. It was not that the Great Eastern Alliance had not given them a chance, but they had rejected it. End of chapter. Chapter 1599. Alliance Master, I've heard that the Arrow Sect has always been interested in the Taiyamo Hall, and they've even sent a few groups of people to the Taiyamo Hall to learn archery, Xianxia said as a reminder. Lu Yin was not worried that the Temple of Taiyamo would side with the Arrow Sect, as that would be impossible. Ancestor Arrow Mountain had died at the hands of the Sixth Mainland, and Lu Yin was worried that the Sixth Mainland would make a move against the Temple of Taiyamo. The Sixth Mainland had sent people to infiltrate the Hall of Honor and indirectly control the Hall of Honor's directors. There had to be many more things going on behind the scenes that Lu Yin did not know about. The sixth mainland would not be satisfied with just the outerverse. Sooner or later they would become enemies as well. Thank you for the reminder, City Lord, Lu Yin said gratefully. He then pointed at the flower tea on the table. Please have some tea, City Lord. Actually, Jade Mountain Sea had noticed that cup of flower tea the moment he entered. No one would overlook something as strange as a poison. That was Zhao Ran's flower tea, and Lu Yin also had a cup that he had poured for Jasper Mountain Sea. Alliance Lord, what's this? Jasper Mountain Sea asked cautiously, his hair standing on end when he saw what appeared to be creatures swimming within the flower tea. Lu Yin smiled. This is a flower tea that Zhao Ran recently developed and it should taste pretty good. Please have a taste and give me some suggestions. Jasper Mountain Sea was stunned, and his first thought was that Lu Yin was plotting to seize the million cities and poison him to death. However, after thinking about it for a bit, Jasper Mountain Sea didn't have much value to Lu Yin at the moment. Even if he had money, Lu Yin wouldn't poison him just because of that money. Xianxia drank a mouthful of the wine while feeling uneasy and suspicious. Lu Yin stared intently. Xianxia put down his teacup and was astonished. It's delicious. Lu Yin smiled. Zhao Ran will be very happy to hear that. Not long after Jasper Mountain Sea left, an elder iron went to pay his respects. The Lan family, Wan Qianqing, the Sea King's Dome Aegis, Amethyst Trading Company, and many other great powers had all rushed into Frostwave Weave to seek protection. Now that Lu Yin had returned, they naturally had to pay their respects to him. Lu Yin did not have much to say to Elder Iron. The Lan family was in Frostwave Weave and they also had to protect it. Elder Iron was one of the protectors of the Great Yu Empire, as well as someone from the White King's bloodline. It wasn't until 3 days later that Lu Yin finally met with all of them. These people wanted to see Lu Yin for safety, and if Lu Yin didn't meet them they would panic. Wendy Yushan had gone to the Innerverse Lingling clan, and Lu Yin didn't ask where Zhou Day Knight had gone. He also didn't know where Lan Si was cultivating. Lu Yin wondered if he should let Long Shi and the others out to get some fresh air, but after some thought he decided against it. It would be hard to control them. Your Highness, Wang Wen requests an audience, Kay's voice rang out. Let him in. Soon a sleepy Wang Wen walked in and yawned. Your Highness chess piece, are you done with your work? Lu Yin was a little tired. Yeah, it's finally over. You can't blame them. You haven't returned for a long time and the situation in the Outerverse is so complicated. They want to meet you and find out more about you, Wang Wen said. Where do you think the future of the Great Eastern Alliance will be? This was also the true reason why Elder Iron and the others had come to probe the Sixth Mainland. It was only a matter of time before the Outerverse would be handed over to the Sixth Mainland, and it would not be long before even the Great Eastern Alliance would have to leave. The 8 great flow zones of the Innerverse had long since stabilized, and the influx of so many powers from the Outerverse would definitely cause a backlash. The biggest problem was how to settle them down. The Hall of Honor would definitely not ignore this, and they had been making plans all this time. But no matter what plans they made, it was impossible for them to avoid conflict with the 8 great flow zones. After all, their interests would be affected. This would depend on the Great Eastern Alliance. They could choose to settle down in a small flow zone or start a war with the 8 great flow zones. When the Great Eastern Alliance had first moved to Fennel Flow Zone, it had wanted to give the 8 great flow zones the impression that the Great Eastern Alliance was harmless and that it was showing results. However, in reality, settling down in a small flow zone was not Lu Yin's goal. Even though Blazing Mist Flow Zone was large, it could not satisfy the entire Outerverse. What he wanted was more. Wang Wen casually opened his star chart and pointed at the first flow zone. I want this place the most. Lu Yin laughed. The Sword Sect is not to be trifled with. Wang Wen stretched lazily. 2 years ago, the Day-Night clan was also not to be trifled with. That's because they borrowed the strength of Leon's armada. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be qualified to carry their shoes. There's always a way. We've improved a lot over the past 2 years. Your Highness, do you know how many androids have reached the Explorer realm? Wang Wen asked. Lu Yin was curious. How many? Banjiu had created these androids, but he had not asked. Wang Wen raised 4 fingers. 4,000. Lu Yin was shocked. There are only 900 explorers in the express response team, right? Now there are 2,000. Lu Yin was shocked. That's a huge increase. Wang Wen replied, The sixth mainland occupies the outerverse and normal people can adapt to it. To them, whether it's the fifth mainland or the sixth mainland, it doesn't have much of an impact. However, it's different for cultivators, especially the higher level ones. In just 2 short years, the number of explorers we have doubled and the number of hunters and cruisers has nearly doubled as well. That's in addition to the warships that the Alliance has built. With our current strength, even if we don't rely on Leon's armada and don't compete with the top experts, we'll still be able to easily defeat the Day-Night clan. We're much stronger than any of the leading powers in the 8 Great Flow Zones. Just think about how many space-exploring cultivators the Sword Seeker sect, the Day-Night clan and Chaos God Mountain have. We don't even lack in lighters. What we lack is absolute powerhouses. Lu Yin smiled. We don't lack absolute powerhouses. I brought 2 powerhouses with power levels over 700,000, and if they work together they can fight against powerhouses with power levels over 800,000. I can also borrow the power of the Interstellar Court at any time. Right, I'm also the most important disciple of the Sirius sect. Wang Wen rolled his eyes. You really know how to play. Lu Yin laughed. Putting aside the various troops of the Great Eastern Alliance, just the cultivators and androids that Wang Wen had mentioned were enough to attack the entire Innerverse. I want to form an invincible unit, Lu Yin suddenly said. What's the standard? The ones you just mentioned. I want to equip them with the best preparations, and they'll even be able to challenge those who are a higher realm than them. Wang Wen's interest was piqued. The price to pay for this is too high. Lu Yin seriously replied, this is just the first step. If everything goes smoothly, this invincible unit will be promoted to all the other troops. You don't know how terrifying the enemies we'll face in the future will be. Lu Yin was referring to the everlasting race. Those corpse kings were not afraid of death and they were scheming and scheming. They were also researching all sorts of poisons and planting spies. Although the cosmic tree domain had blocked the everlasting race and had many experts including progenitors, Lu Yin felt that it was already riddled with holes. This place was still fine. He wanted to complete everything before the everlasting race completely attacked the fifth mainland. Preparations. Wang Wen was puzzled. Are these the powerful enemies you mentioned? Lu Yin nodded. Pass down the order. I've already prepared some mystical items for them. Wang Wen nodded. All right. Right, the entire Great Eastern Alliance lacks a powerful commander. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I have someone in mind. The Great Eastern Alliance's Rapid Response Unit was composed of experts sent by the various major powers of the Great Eastern Alliance. They were responsible for protecting all of the Alliance's resources as quickly as possible. This unit had also participated in the overthrow of the Day-Night clan in the Innerverse, and it was the Great Eastern Alliance's most elite unit. The Rapid Response Unit's authority had always been in Lu Yin's hands. He had been missing for 2 years, and although the unit still existed, no one had been able to command it. Thus, it had enjoyed the best treatment. Now that Lu Yin had returned, the unit could finally be put to use again. Just as Wang Wen had said, the Rapid Response Unit was constantly being added to. Including the androids, there were over 6,000 space-exploring cultivators at Lu Yin's disposal. This unit would become Lu Yin's sharpest blade, and when the time was right he would even rename it. In the Outerverse, in the vast Earth sect, Elder Wuxia found Sect Master Meng Tianlong. Sect Master, we lost contact with that unit. Meng Tianlong was stunned. What unit? Wuxia solemnly replied, the Rapid Response Unit. Meng Tianlong was shocked. How did it get cut off? Was there an accident? Lu Yin's back, Wuxia said. Meng Tianlong muttered, you can't contact him at all? We can't contact him. The people we placed in that unit are all elite disciples. We don't know what Lu Yin is planning. Meng Tianlong bitterly replied, no matter what he's planning we can't stop him. In the beginning, no matter what the Great Eastern Alliance's army did, it could not be hidden from the various major powers, especially a weave like the vast Earth sect. However, as time passed, the Great Eastern Alliance had gradually consolidated, and they could no longer detect it. When Lu Yin returned, they did not even have a trace of control over the Great Eastern Alliance's army. Forget about the vast Earth sect, even the Temple of Tiamo was in the same situation. As one of the 3 major powers of the Outerverse that could not be provoked, the Temple of Tiamo had also sent elite disciples to join the Rapid Response Unit, but they could not be contacted at all. It was as if the entire unit had disappeared. Lu Yin had cut off all contact with the rapid response unit in order to prevent those monsters from infiltrating. He had a deep impression of the Redbacks. In the outer verse on Xenu Star, the group from the Wen family finally arrived. The Wen family had sent a senior expert called Wen Yao and Wen Sanxi. Lu Yin met the two at King Zishan's palace. When meeting Lu Yin, Wen Yao had thought that he could consider himself a senior, but the moment he saw Lu Yin, he knew that this was impossible. Lu Yin gave him an intense sense of danger, and it was a fear that made him unable to approach him. Wen Yao had cultivated for hundreds of years and had experienced many life and death situations. He was certain that his intuition was not wrong. Lu Yin had the ability to decide his life and death. This was just Lu Yin, and he could not be considered an expert of the Great Eastern Alliance. Wen Yao could not understand how Lu Yin could reach such a level despite being in the same generation as Wen Sanxi. No, he was even younger than Wen Sanxi. No matter how powerful Wen Sanxi was, it would be difficult for him to defeat Wen Yao. After all, Wen Sanxi was a powerhouse with a power level of over 400,000. Wen Yao from the Wen family greets Alliance Master Lu. Wen Yao was very polite. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 1600. Wen Sanxi stood behind Lu Yin and did not speak. Wen Yao represented the Wen family while Lu Yin represented the Great Eastern Alliance. Wen Sanxi could only be considered a junior. Lu Yin smiled. Honored guests, please take a seat. He then asked Zhao Ran to serve tea, but he specifically told her not to use any scented tea as he was afraid of scaring the two. The three of them sat down and then Lu Yin said, I heard that Senior Wen went to the Fennel Flow Zone. I had some urgent matters to attend to, so I was unable to wait for you there. I'm really sorry for making Senior Wen and Brother Sanxi come all the way here. Wen Yao smiled and said, Alliance Master Lu's matter is of utmost importance. It's fine for us two idle people to make a few extra trips. I wonder how Alliance Master Lu's matter is going? If you need any help from the Wen clan, just ask. The Wen clan will not refuse as long as it is within our capabilities. Lu Yin was delighted. That's great. Senior, are you serious? Wen Yao was stunned. He was just being courteous. Courteous words on the surface, who would take it seriously? Wen Sanxi was speechless. He had some understanding of Lu Yin, so he wasn't surprised. Alliance Head Lu, if there's anything that you would like the Wen family to do, please feel free to ask. Since Lu Yin had already said so much, Wen Yao could not refuse, so he decided to be magnanimous. Besides, he was about to ask about the 7-layered literary prison, so it would be best if Lu Yin owed him a favor. Lu Yin coughed. It's like this. Senior should know that the outer verse has been gifted to the 6th mainland, and there are so many people from my Great Eastern Alliance who have nowhere to stay. Would it be possible for us to settle down in the erudite flow zone? Wen Yao had not expected Lu Yin to say such a thing. How could he say something like that so casually? If not for the smile on Lu Yin's face, he would have thought that Lu Yin was provoking him. These words were tantamount to declaring war. Alliance Master Lu, you must be joking. If the Great Eastern Alliance is unable to settle down, my Wen clan is willing to help you find a place, Wen Yao said with a smile. That's too bad. Since that's the case, then we can only look for some small flow zones. Senior, please help us keep an eye out for any small flow zones that are suitable for our Great Eastern Alliance. Of course. Rest assured, Alliance Master Lu, Wen Yao replied. He did not know which of Lu Yin's words were true and which were false. If Lu Yin really did have designs on the 8 great flow zones, then why would he say such things? But if he didn't, then why would he deliberately say such things? Lu Yin's goal was very simple. Even if the Great Eastern Alliance remained in Fennel Flow Zone, the leaders of the 8 great flow zones would still not feel at ease. They would continue to monitor what they needed to monitor, and they would continue to resist what they needed to resist. It was better to muddy the waters first. Wen Yao glanced at Wen Sanxi, and Wen Sanxi asked, Alliance Master Lu, do you still remember our encounter in the Daoist sect's ruins? Wen Sanxi asked. Lu Yin thought about it. What is Brother Wen trying to say? 7 layers of literary prison. Does Brother Lu have any cultivation methods? Wen Sanxi asked. Wen Yao stared at Lu Yin, trying to discern something from his expression. Lu Yin replied, You can say that there is, but you can also say that there isn't. What do you mean? Wen Sanxi was curious. Lu Yin replied, There's someone who knows how to use the 7-fold literary hell. Right now that person is my captive. If you use your brain, you might be able to obtain the cultivation method for the sevenfold literary hell from him. Of course, it's also possible that you won't be able to obtain anything. Wen Yao couldn't help but ask. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Wen Shixi. Wen Yao and Wen Sanxi looked at each other in confusion. My Wen family has hundreds of disciples, but none of them have ever been called Wen Shixi. No one has ever dared to use such a name. Where did this person come from? This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lu Yin shrugged. Forgive me for not being able to say where he came from, but in any case, this person knows more than just the sevenfold literary hell. Wen Sanxi's eyes flashed. How can you prove Brother Lu's words? Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and gestured for Wen Sanxi to enter. Brother Wen, shall we have a battle? Wen Sanxi's gaze turned cold. Please. Lu Yin brought Wen Sanxi into Mount Supreme and appeared not too far away from Wen Shixi. Lu Yin was already very familiar with this scene. He had used Yun Tingting to bait the smokescreen mountain range so he could bait Wen Shixi into the Wen family. However, there was one thing that gave him a headache. Wen Shixi was very difficult to deal with. The more educated a person was, the more unyielding they would be. Regardless of whether they were rotten or just fishing for fame, there was no shortage of unyielding people. Since Wen Shixi dared to call himself number one, his unyielding character was probably even more troublesome. Furthermore, Lu Yin hadn't thought of what he wanted from the Wen family. Wen Shixi was cultivating with his eyes closed and he was even calmer than Yun Tingting. When he saw Lu Yin and Wen Sanxi arrive, he asked, "Is it my turn?" "You know why I'm looking for you?" Lu Yin asked. Wen Shixi calmly replied, "Yun Tingting told me that we've arrived at the fifth mainland." He then looked at Wen Sanxi. "If I'm not wrong, you should know the literary hell." Wen Sanxi's eyes flashed. "You're the Wen Shixi that she was talking about?" Wen Shixi's expression was solemn. The Wen family doesn't only exist in the cosmic tree realm. The fifth mainland also has a Wen family. When the cosmic tree realm separated from the fifth mainland, my Wen family left behind a bloodline and an inheritance. He looked at Wen Sanxi. The fact that you're here means that your inheritance is incomplete. How many layers of the literary hell can you use? There's no such thing as the number of layers. The literary hell is just the literary hell, Wen Sanxi replied. Wen Shixi frowned. The inheritance is indeed incomplete. Since I've come to this part of the universe, I won't be able to return for the rest of my life. I can teach you how many layers of the literary hell, but the condition is that I stay in the Wen family. I'm also a member of the Wen family. Wen Sanxi raised a hand and the literary hell trapped Wen Shixi. The number 9 was the limit of the Wen family's inheritance, and this was Wen Sanxi's way of probing. Wen Shixi looked at the literary hell around him and took a step forward. A reversed literary hell appeared in front of him and suppressed Wen Sanxi's literary hell. A second layer then appeared and destroyed Wen Sanxi's literary hell. Finally, Wen Shixi acted and used 7 layers of the literary hell to completely trap Wen Sanxi. Wen Sanxi was shocked as there really was 7 layers of the literary hell. Even though he had believed Lu Yin's words in the Daoist sect's ruins, when he actually faced it in person, the feeling was completely different. The 7 layers of the literary hell had directly broken the Wen family's countless years of common sense. It turned out that they had been cultivating an incomplete version of the literary hell all along. The literary hell has a total of 18 layers in my Leisure Memory Academy. I've only cultivated to the 7th layer, and I don't have the complete cultivation method for the 18 layers. However, this should be enough to make up for some of your shortcomings, Wen Shixi said as he withdrew the literary hell. Lu Yin looked at Wen Sanxi and then at Wen Shixi. The two of them were about the same level of power, but Wen Shixi had a more complete inheritance while Wen Sanxi had an innate gift that could not be countered. It would be difficult to determine the victor, but if Wen Sanxi also learned the 7 layers of the literary hell, then his power would soar and the entire Wen family's power would soar as well. This was a huge temptation. What was a cultivator's goal for? They wanted to fight for their lives, and the stronger they were, the more they could fight for their lives. The 7 layers of the literary hell had brought the Wen family their lives. I agree to give you the inheritance. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. But first we need to leave. Brother Long, no, Brother Lu, what are your conditions? Wen Shixi asked with a curious expression. Wen Sanxi looked at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, state your conditions. Lu Yin had not expected things to go so smoothly, as when Xianxia had not refused to teach him the 7 layers of the literary hell. Now the only problem was that he had to state his conditions. What conditions? He really had not thought it through. Brother Lu, what exactly are your conditions? What are they for us to take when Xianxia away? Outside Mount Supreme, Wen Yao had learned of the situation from Wen Sanxi, and he suppressed his excitement. Lu Yin pondered for a moment. Let me think about it. Too many things have happened recently and I haven't had the time to think it through. Wen Yao frowned as he thought that Lu Yin wanted more. Alliance Master Lu, please state a price. As long as the Wen family can accept it, we won't bargain. He had done a lot of research before coming here, especially on Lu Yin's likes and dislikes. He had not expected such a person to love money so much. Lu Yin was tempted, as star essence meant an increase in his strength. However, he did not know how much Wen Xianxia could sell for, and he had no idea how rich the Wen family was. If they had only given him a few 100 million star crystals like the Blaze Realm, then he might as well keep it. Senior and Brother Wen can return to the Wen family first, or you can stay on Xenu Star to play. I'll let you two know when I've thought it through, Lu Yin said. When Sanxi spoke up. Brother Lu, you should know what the 7 layers of the literary hell means to my Wen family. I won't hesitate to say that it's very important, very important. However, don't forget that in the entire 5th mainland aside from my Wen family, no one else is interested in the 7 layers of the literary hell. This battle technique belongs solely to my Wen family, and you won't find a second buyer. Lu Yin laughed. Brother Wen, that's where you're wrong. I believe that the Sword Sect, Beast Tamers Flow Zone, Chaos God Mountain, and even the various great powers of the Neoverse will all be interested in Wen Xianxia. The various great powers were interested in Wen Xianxia, not the 7 layers of the literary hell. All they wanted was to prevent the Wen family from obtaining the 7 layers of the literary hell. It did not matter if they could cultivate it themselves, but once the Wen family used the 7 layers of the literary hell to increase their strength, they would become a threat to everyone, especially the Sword Sect. The Day-Night Flow Zone had been overturned by Lu Yin, and the Wen family and the Sword Sect had become the top powers in the Innerverse. They were both competing against each other. Once the Sword Sect learned of the existence of the 7 layers of the literary hell, they would do everything in their power to destroy it. They would not allow the Wen family to obtain it. When Sanxi's eyes flashed. Brother Lu, have you thought of your conditions? Lu Yin replied, I've already said it. You two can wait on Xenu Star. I'll tell you once I've thought of my conditions. Wen Yao anxiously said, Alliance Master Lu, you're from the Astral Combat Academy, and my erudite Flow Zone's Lost Radiance Academy has always had a good relationship with your academy. Sanxi has also helped you in the past, so I hope that Alliance Master Lu can quickly hand Wen Xianxia over to us on account of our past friendship. If we delay any longer, things might change. Brother Lu, the Innerverse hasn't been peaceful recently. My Wen family might have been targeted by someone, and so is Lost Radiance Academy. Han Chong is also dead, so please make a decision quickly, Wen Sanxi said. Lu Yin was shocked. Han Chong is dead? Wen Sanxi nodded. It's not just Han Chong. Several elders of the Han family, including some disciples of my Wen family, have all died. It should be related to the Neo-Human Alliance. They've been targeting us, so I'm afraid that the matter of the 7 layers of the literary hell will be leaked, which will lead to killing intent. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why was the Neo-Human Alliance targeting the Wen family? Was there something about the Wen family that was worth their attention? Even if there was, what did it have to do with Han Chong? Han Chong was just a cruiser cultivator. End of chapter. Chapter 1601. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, Han Chong had been Astral 2's leader and the Shura Realm's Realm Master. He'd enjoyed limitless glory, but now he was just a cultivator who had just broken through to become a cruiser. Han Chong's death had only reminded Lu Yin of his time in the Astral Combat Academy, but he didn't think too much about it since it was the Wen family's business. Don't worry, I'll have Wen Shisui leave with you as soon as possible, Lu Yin said. Wen Sanxi and Wen Yao felt helpless. If Lu Yin didn't state any conditions, then they wouldn't be able to take him away. Then we'll have to trouble you, Alliance Leader Lu. Wen Yao was a little uncomfortable. This was the first time an expert from the Wen family like him had to thank someone else for raising conditions. As he watched the two leave, Lu Yin suddenly realized that Case had disappeared. He should have been at the door all this time. Lu Yin spread out his domain and he quickly found traces of K's. He was currently conversing with an extremely ugly man. I won't go back, K's whispered stubbornly. You're a member of the dire barbarian clan. When the innerverse and outerverse were separated, you were forced to guard the door for Lu Yin. It's been a few years since the innerverse and outerverse recovered, and we've looked for you many times. Why won't you return to the clan? You were a member of the dire barbarian clan in the past, present, and future. Do you really want to be Lu Yin's guard for the rest of your life? K's replied, I've had enough of the dire barbarian clan. I was a completely different person there and I'm living quite comfortably now. What's wrong with being a guard? I like this kind of life. We don't even know where the Great Eastern Alliance is. You can't even guard the door. That's none of your business. The man was furious. He wanted to forcefully take K's away, but he didn't dare to do so because this was Xenu Star. Otherwise, he would have taken K's away not long after the innerverse and outerverse had recovered. The Great Eastern Alliance also had experts and there were more and more of them now. The man didn't dare to draw attention to himself. Leave. Don't come looking for me again, K said before turning to leave. The man was unwilling to give up. K's, with your abilities, you won't be treated any worse than Ailey when you return. He's the leader. While you're an elder, you'll be able to decide the future of the dire barbarian clan. K's didn't say anything and quietly left. Lu Yin retracted his domain. This was not the first time that the dire barbarian clan had come looking for K's. When Lu Yin had first met K's, he was already comparable to a powerhouse in the top 80 of the top 100 rankings, and he was second only to Avery in the dire barbarian clan. The dire barbarian clan would not let go of such a genius so easily. K's quietly returned to the entrance of King Zishan's palace and stood there out of habit. He had been doing this for almost 10 years. Do you lack resources for cultivation? Lu Yin's voice rang out from behind K's. K's was shocked and hurriedly bowed. Your Highness. Lu Yin asked again, do you lack resources? K's shook his head. No. Lu Yin looked in the direction of the man from the dire barbarian clan. Why didn't you return to the dire barbarian clan? K's face paled as he had not expected Lu Yin to know. This subordinate wants to follow your highness even further. The dire barbarian clan is too small. Lu Yin was astonished as this was the truth. The dire barbarian clan was just an ant in front of the current Great Eastern Alliance. Although K's was guarding the entrance to King Zishan's palace, his status was still very high. After all, he was guarding Lu Yin's palace and no one dared to underestimate him. Although the Great Eastern Alliance has unified the Outerverse, it still lacks the support of the Innerverse great clans. If you're willing, the dire barbarian clan can join as soldiers, and they'll need to be at least explorers, Lu Yin said before returning to the palace. Although the dire barbarian clan could not compare to the current Great Eastern Alliance, they could still provide a few explorers. Lu Yin was not satisfied with an army of less than 10,000 explorers and he wanted more. K's understood that Lu Yin wanted him to persuade the dire barbarian clan to submit, which would be troublesome. Although the dire barbarian clan was not one of the 8 great flow zones, they were not weak either. How could they easily submit to the Great Eastern Alliance? There's no rush. I'll give you enough resources to defeat Avery, Lu Yin's voice rang out from the palace. K's was excited as defeating Avery was his dream. Could it really be realized? Yes, Your Highness, K's hurriedly replied. 2 days later, Lu Yin met with Leng Yan. This woman had once worked for the Immortal Corporation, and the mission that Immortal Corporation had assigned to Astral 10 had been the first mission that Lu Yin had accepted. After that, she had joined the Daystar line, which had an office on the busiest street on Xenu Star. Lu Yin had met her several times and each time they met her status was different. This time, Leng Yan was representing the Giant Financial Group. The Daystar line originally belonged to the Giant Financial Group, and it was also a part of the mainland's shipping network. Most of the Innerverse shipping routes came from the Daystar line. The biggest difference between the Innerverse and the Outerverse was that the Outerverse business tycoons had their own autonomy and were able to protect themselves well. The Innerverse tycoons, on the other hand, had to serve the various great powers. Even a huge corporation like the Giant Financial Group had to pay a huge amount of resources to the 8 great flow zones, and they also did not allow too many powerhouses to join them. It had to be said that this was a tragedy for the Innerverse tycoons. The giant financial group's situation had only improved after cooperating with the Great Eastern Alliance, and their safety was now under the Great Eastern Alliance's care. Ling Yan greets the alliance leader. Lu Yin gestured for her to enter. Xianxia is in charge of the mainland's shipping line, so I shouldn't be looking for you. However, one of the 9 directors of the Hall of Honor, Song Yingdu, has been causing trouble for the mainland's shipping line. Do you know why? Ling Yan did not understand. I don't know. She represented the Daystar line and had joined the mainland's shipping line, so she was naturally considered Lu Yin's subordinate. Lu Yin lowered his voice. Song Yingdu's ancestor participated in the plan to destroy the giant tribe, and he's a very radical representative. He believes that the giant financial group has giant technology and was formed by the giant tribe. Ling Yan's expression changed, but she did not deny it. She remained silent. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Is it really the giant tribe? Ling Yan replied, the giant financial group was indeed formed by the giant tribe from the ruins of giant technology. Many years ago, giant technology existed in the universe and it was at its peak of glory. This caused some people to become apprehensive, especially the directors of the Hall of Honor. They believed that the further giant technology developed, the more it would threaten the status of the human race. Thus, the 9 directors decided to destroy giant technology. However, they only destroyed giant technology, not the entire giant tribe. The giants are also a branch of the human race. Song Ying's ancestors must have wanted to destroy the giants, but they didn't succeed. The 9 directors decided to destroy the giants, but they didn't do anything to the giants. The giant financial group was founded because of the giants' technology, said Lin Feng. This isn't a secret, and all of the major powers of the 8 Great Flow Zones know about it. They also know where the giant tribe exists in the universe, but they don't interfere too much. Lu Yin tapped a finger on the table. To what extent has the giant financial group's technology reached? Ling Yan replied, it's far from comparable to the giant technology of the past. The current giant financial group's development is mainly for the common people, which is why the major powers don't care. Lu Yin looked at her. You're also a human. There are monsters among the giant tribe that eat raw meat and drink blood. Ling Yan looked at Lu Yin and pursed her lips. Does your highness hate the giant tribe? Lu Yin thought about it. I've never seen a giant tribe that is friendly to humans. The giants on the giant planet in the outerverse Umbral Butterfly Weave and the giants in Progenitor Chen's tomb all ate raw meat and drank blood. Ling Yan continued, if your highness is willing, you can visit the giant financial group for an inspection. The giant tribe will welcome your highness. If your highness feels that these giants are unsafe, you can cancel your cooperation with the giant financial group. However, before that, please do not listen to others. There are good people among the giant tribe. Lu Yin waved a hand and dismissed Ling Yan. There were many branches of the giant tribe, and there were powerful battle giants as well as technological giants. Since they could create technology, it meant that they were extremely intelligent. Lu Yin believed that the giant financial group had survived until now without any problems, but there had to be someone watching over them. Song Ying's ancestors had been prejudiced against the giant tribe, but that did not mean that the board members who had made the decision to destroy the giant technology group were prejudiced as well. There had to be some reason that had led them to destroy the giant technology group. Right, there was also Progenitor Chen. One of Progenitor Chen's 9 clones was from the giant tribe, and he had been hunted down by the Daoist sect because of this. The Daoist sect also had different opinions about the giant tribe, but since Progenitor Chen had chosen the giant tribe, it meant that he did not have any prejudice against them. There were both good and bad people among the giant tribe, but no matter what, Lu Yin had to be on guard against them. Who should he ask to keep an eye on them? Lu Yin felt a headache coming on, and he wanted to contact Wei Rong or Xianxia to ask for their opinions. At that moment, Kei's voice rang out. Your Highness, Ku Wei requests an audience. Lu Yin raised his brows. Let him in. Master, it's great to see you. Master, take me with you wherever you go. I don't want to be separated from you. Ku Wei looked at Lu Yin and his bootlicking attitude immediately surfaced. Lu Yin sized up Ku Wei and Ku Wei wanted to continue flattering him, but Lu Yin's gaze made his hair stand on end. He blinked. Master. Lu Yin smiled. Ku Wei, why have you come to Xenu Star? Is Fennel Flow Zone all right? Ku Wei felt that there was something wrong with Lu Yin's gaze. No, nothing's wrong. Lu Yin stared at Ku Wei again. How about I give you a mission? If you complete it well, your future will be bright. Ku Wei gulped, and for some reason he felt a little flustered. Please tell me, master. Go to the giant financial group and keep an eye on the giants, Lu Yin said calmly. Lu Yin's tone was calm, but it sounded like a raging storm to Ku Wei. Keep an eye on the giants? Keep an eye on the giants? What did that mean? Why did he want Ku Wei to keep an eye on the giants? Did he know something? Did he know that Ku Wei could become a giant? Otherwise, why would he want Ku Wei to keep an eye on him? Ku Wei stared blankly at Lu Yin, trying to figure out something from his expression. Lu Yin's expression was calm and he looked up. What kind of expression was that? It was as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 1602. What, you don't want to go? Lu Yin retorted, his tone not very pleasant. Ku Wei could not understand what Lu Yin was trying to say. He should have known that Ku Wei could transform into a giant, or else why would he want Ku Wei to keep an eye on the giants? But when had he found out? Should he be honest? Ku Wei was conflicted. Master, why do you want me to go? Ku Wei probed. Lu Yin raised a brow. You don't know. Ku Wei's eyes widened. Lu Yin knew, so he did. When had he been exposed? He had not transformed after leaving progenitor Chen's tomb. Could it have been inside the tomb? Right, this person was the ruthless person who had unified the Outerverse, and he was too shrewd. He must have known that Ku Wei could transform into a giant since then, and he had kept it hidden until now. Could it have been for the sake of the giant financial group? Many thoughts flashed through Ku Wei's mind. Yes, master. This disciple will help you keep an eye on those giants and make them obedient, Ku Wei promised. Lu Yin was puzzled. Obedient? Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? How could the giants listen to him? Lu Yin had only sent Ku Wei to the giant financial group because Ku Wei had too much free time and was afraid that Ku Wei would annoy him. Just do your best. Go. Lu Yin waved a hand. Ku Wei repeatedly promised that he would do his best to make the giants obedient, and then he left with some sort of mission. Lu Yin had sent him away. Another 2 days of peace passed, during which Madame Naylan contacted Lu Yin once. She was in the Central Weaves dealing with the Naylan family's matters and had yet to return to Xenu Star. Lu Yin felt an inexplicable anger whenever he saw her, but he did not know how to vent it. Then Lanxi arrived. On a barren planet not far from Xenu Star, Lu Yin had once spent his time lock-breaking here. Lanxi stood across from Lu Yin. It's been 2 years since we last met. Your improvement is a bit exaggerated. Lu Yin raised a hand. It's all right. Take my emptiness palm, Lanxi said, and his palm moved. An invisible palm print streaked across the void and headed straight for Lu Yin. The first time Lu Yin had fought against Lanxi, the emptiness palm had caused him to suffer greatly, and he had had to think of a way to deal with it. It was that battle that had made Lu Yin's interest in the emptiness palm, as it suited him. Now, after 2 years, Lanxi's full power once again, but Lu Yin had dodged it. Lanxi had been mentally prepared for the huge gap between the two of them, but he hadn't expected it to be so huge that Lu Yin could easily dodge his full-powered strike. He had made considerable progress over the past 2 years, and he had not slacked off on his physical body's training. His overlaying stacks had allowed him to unleash close to 200 stacks, which fully demonstrated his talent in physical body cultivation. He truly lived up to his reputation as one of the 10 arbiters. Unfortunately, Lu Yin had improved even more. That palm strike was very powerful. If you had been able to use that during the Sovereign Tournament, you would have been ranked in the top 10. Lanxi said bitterly, only 2 years can make up for the difference in the Supreme Tournament? Those people aren't just standing still either. Lanxi, you only have the emptiness palm? Lu Yin was puzzled. He had always been curious about Lanxi's battle techniques. Lanxi's techniques had been enough to deal with Lu Yin during their first battle, but as time passed and the 10 arbiters were no longer the younger generation, they would have to face the older generation. Lanxi's old techniques were no longer enough to deal with them. Lanxi was helpless. Do you know where I learned the emptiness palm? Lu Yin shook his head. Zhou Xian Dojo. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lanxi said solemnly. Lu Yin was surprised. Zhou Xian Dojo? Daolord Lan? Lanxi shook his head. No, father. He wouldn't have learned the emptiness palm. You should remember that Zhou Xian Dojo has 20 continents, And each continent is built from the bottom up with 100 times the gravity. Every 10 levels has a fist print. The first level has the 10 stacks fist print, the 10th has the 100 stacks fist print, and the top level has the 1000 stacks fist print. The emptiness palm was learned from the first level. Luyin was shocked. That fist print contains the emptiness palm? Lan Si nodded. Luyin was helpless. He had not touched the first level of the 10 stacks fist print and had gone straight to the 10th level. Unfortunately, he had missed the emptiness palm. The 10th level of the 100 stacks fist print also contains a battle technique. If I'm not wrong, it should be the follow-up to the emptiness palm. Unfortunately, I can't learn it, Lan Si said. Luyin was surprised. The 100 stacks fist print also has a battle technique? Why didn't I know about it? Lan Si looked at Luyin. Many disciples in Zhou Xian dojo have come into contact with the 10 stacks fist print, but they have not been able to comprehend the emptiness palm. Since ancient times only I have comprehended it. Luyin was speechless. The meaning of this sentence was too simple. It meant that Lu Yin's inability to comprehend it had nothing to do with luck. So you can only use the emptiness palm since you can't return to Zhongshan dojo? Luyin asked. Lan Si shook his head. I tried to cultivate other battle techniques, but I couldn't reach the level of the emptiness palm. I believe that, Luyin said. Up until now his best attack was the emptiness palm. This palm technique was too convenient. Lan Si gave Luyin a strange look. This guy's familiarity with the emptiness palm was no less than Lan Si's, and he had even learned it from Lan Si. What realm are you at now? Lan Si asked as he could not tell Luyin's cultivation level. Luyin did not want to discourage Lan Si. I'm an enlighter about the same level as you guys. Lan Si was suspicious, but there was no need for him to dwell on it. The difference between him and Luyin was just too great. Luyin looked in the direction of the Starfall Sea. If he could learn the rest of the emptiness palm, then his power level would definitely increase once again. He did not know how powerful a battle technique that could eliminate the emptiness palm would be, but it was a pity. Half a month after Luyin returned to Xenu Star, a war broke out in the blazing mist flow zone. The Ross Empire and the Demon Dragon clan of the Great Ruins had started a war, which swept across the entire blazing mist flow zone, including the smaller flow zones around it. The blazing mist flow zone was one of the 8 great flow zones of the Innerverse, and the war that broke out would directly affect many regions of the Innerverse, not just the blazing mist flow zone itself. Regardless of whether it was the Ross Empire or the Demon Dragon clan of the Great Ruins, their influence in the Innerverse would not be limited to just the blazing mist flow zone. News of the blazing mist flow zone's war had been delivered to Luyin the day before. Wei Rong had already predicted this war in advance, as he was the one who had instigated it. Luyin watched his screen as the Ross Empire's team fought the Demon Dragon clan of the Great Ruins in outer space. He casually turned off the screen and said to Wang Wen, "Keep an eye on them. Let's not move. This war will last for a long time, and it won't just be a war over the blazing mist flow zone. It's best if we can turn it into a black hole of war that will sweep across the entire Innerverse," Wang Wen said. Luyin looked at him. "You want to drag all 8 of the great flow zones in?" Wang Wen smiled. "If we don't do that, how can we escape their sights? Don't be fooled by the fact that the blazing mist flow zone is having a great time fighting. There are even more people watching us. They don't care about the Ross Empire or the Great Ruins Dragon clan, but they care about us." Luyin understood. The Great Eastern Alliance War. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The potential of this war far surpassed that of the blazing mist flow zone. Do whatever you want. I'll keep an eye on the Hall of Honor, Luyin said. A few days later, Luyin went into seclusion. He took out his futon and continued his journey to the Daoist sect's ruins. The scenery in front of him changed and Luyin arrived at the futon plaza. He headed straight for the 9 Cauldrons space. He knew that due to the chaos from before, there would definitely be experts from the 6th mainland within the 9 Cauldrons space. This time he had made ample preparations. He wore his miniature armor, held the Star-Lord's card, and had the chief referee's warrant hidden in his chest pocket. His weapon was Longtian's spear, and he had even hidden some chili powder and super flash. He did not believe that anyone would be able to stop him. This time, Luyin entered the 9 Cauldrons space with a forceful attitude. He was not disappointed when he arrived, as the person blocking his path was an emissary. Get out. This place has been sealed off. The emissary barked. It was obvious that he was from the blood progenitor realm. His entire body was surging with blood energy and he was covered in strange scales. His eyes were cold and emotionless and he gave off a strange aura. Lu Yin did not hold back and he raised his hand and used an empty palm to send the emissary flying. This person had probably just broken through to become an emissary, and he had been beaten half to death by Lu Yin's empty palm, which was imbued with golden battle force. The sudden change at the entrance attracted the attention of the other people in the space. A man and a woman attacked at the same time. It was Senior Chao and the old woman who had forced Lu Yin out of the 9 cauldrons space. "Brat, you dare come back? You're courting death," the old woman shouted. She stomped on the ground and something that resembled a door appeared around Lu Yin, sealing him. Senior Chao imprinted an imprint and approached Lu Yin, striking out with a single finger. Both of them were imprinters with power levels over 500,000, so they could not be underestimated. However, Lu Yin had defeated more than one person at this level, so he was not afraid even without his armor. Senior Chao's finger hit Lu Yin without any resistance and his heart sank. How could Lu Yin be hit so easily? Just as Senior Chao was about to retreat, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Lu Yin had continuously struck out with his empty palm, piercing through Senior Chao's stomach and sending him flying. At the same time, Senior Chao pulled out his spear and thrust it at the old woman. The old woman was shocked, and she clasped her hands together to seal the door around Lu Yin. Then the door suddenly disappeared. It did not truly disappear but rather broke into the astral source universe. It was invisible but it still existed. The star energy in Lu Yin's body was chaotic, and the old woman tried to suppress it. However, she did not understand how Lu Yin could use star energy against an emissary. Lu Yin thrust his spear forward and with a bang the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The old woman retreated several steps, her scalp going numb. She had not expected Lu Yin's spear to be so powerful. It was not just a single spear but also a combination of overlaying stacks and battle force. The old woman's pupils shrank when she saw the golden battle force, and she suddenly felt dizzy. Not good. A spiritual force battle technique. Lu Yin had used the Daoist's tribute, and the old woman had been caught off guard and almost fainted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he unleashed his domain and slammed it into her back, sending her flying. Lu Yin had defeated 3 emissaries in a row. The first had been a sneak attack and the second had been a direct confrontation. He had relied on the invincible defense of his armor to defeat the old woman. Lu Yin pressed his spear against the ground and looked up. There was another person there, the strongest person guarding the space within the 9 cauldrons. He was also the biggest barrier in front of Lu Yin. There was a rumble as a giant figure jumped out from within the cauldron and smashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn as he stared at the giant in front of him. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 1603. In front of him was a giant that was 10 meters tall, glaring at Lu Yin with large eyes. He carried a bow on his back and was dressed in simple cloth clothes. He looked like a savage, but this person gave Lu Yin a great sense of danger. This giant's power level was at least 600,000 or 700,000. You're that kid from the 5th mainland called Lu Yin? I heard that the Temple of Taimo listened to you and allowed them to join my arrow sect. Today I can let you go, the giant said in a loud voice. Lu Yin raised his head. If I inherit the 9 cauldrons battle techniques, will you let me go? The giant grinned, raised a hand and smacked the cauldrons. What's the use of this thing? Is it as powerful as my arrows? If not for you, I wouldn't have come here. Give me an answer. Do you want your life or the Temple of Taimo? I want your life. Lu Yin barked, raising his hand to attack with an empty palm. An invisible palm shot through the void and landed on the giant's body. The giant's body only trembled slightly and he looked down. Not bad, but it's useless. He then took out his bow and aimed at Lu Yin. At that moment, Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and the void around him seemed to be frozen. There was a soft sound and the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He couldn't move at all and there was a thump as his body was struck by the giant arrow. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face went pale. His miniature armor had blocked the arrow, but it couldn't block out the shockwave, especially when the arrow was 5 meters long. Lu Yin was struck by the arrow, and the enormous force pushed him back to the entrance of the Nine Cauldrons space. Behind him, the giant walked out of the astral source universe and slapped out. "Brat, you're courting death." Lu Yin's eyes went wide and he roared. He used his golden battle force and immense strength to push away the arrow with great difficulty. Behind him, the giant's palm had already landed, and Lu Yin took out the referee's token and waved it. Ding ding ding. The crisp sound shook the void and the giant's body froze as if it had been frozen. It swayed a few times before collapsing to the ground. Lu Yin panted heavily as he looked at the giant. This fellow was not any weaker than the giant corpse king on the other side of the astral tree world, and it was not a powerful enemy that Lu Yin could deal with. Fortunately, he had made sufficient preparations, or that arrow would have killed him. Lu Yin coughed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He walked over to the giant's head and pressed down with one hand, causing the overlaying stacks to vibrate violently. He didn't know how long the chief judge's order would knock the giant out, but it shouldn't be too long. He had to do it himself. It would be best if he could kill this giant. Even if he couldn't, he had to make it sleep for a while longer. Using overlaying stacks consecutively, Lu Yin found it difficult to break through the giant's defenses with his own strength, but he was still able to knock him out. This fellow came from the Arrow sect. From his words, it was clear that the Arrow sect had an extraordinary desire for the Hall of Tai Mo. Now that he had taken care of the giant, no one else would enter the Nine Cauldrons space. Lu Yin leaped into the cauldron and began to absorb the cauldron qi. This was the third cauldron. Hopefully it could be completely absorbed. Because there were powerhouses standing guard, no one from the sixth mainland dared to approach the Nine Cauldrons space. This allowed Lu Yin to safely absorb the energy for more than half a month until the third cauldron shattered and fell down. He looked at the shattered third cauldron on the ground and raised his hand to feel the flow of cauldron qi. It was an ancient and weathered feeling that made him feel as if he had traveled through time and space, returning to the earliest days of humanity. The scene of him comprehending the Nine-Yang Cauldron transformation battle technique once again appeared in his mind. Yin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He leaped into the fourth cauldron and began to absorb the energy. From this moment on, he could manifest four suns. Outside the Nine Cauldrons space, two people appeared. They were the new Realmlings and they had arrived together. Lu Yin's comprehension of the Nine Cauldrons battle technique had caused a huge uproar amongst the upper echelons of the Sixth Mainland, and this had also given the Sixth Mainland's geniuses some hope. Regardless of whether they were Realmlings or the top heirs of the various great powers, they all had the qualifications to enter the Nine Cauldrons space to comprehend the battle technique. As the two Realmlings entered, they were greeted by the sight of the shattered earth and the giant that had collapsed on the ground. The two were shocked and one of them quickly retreated from the Nine Cauldrons space. The other reacted a beat slower and a domain swept over him, causing him to collapse to the ground. Inside the fourth cauldron, Lu Yin felt that it was a pity that one of them had managed to escape. What a fast reaction. Lu Yin had already taken action when he had discovered that the two had entered, but one of them had reacted too quickly. It didn't matter. Time was almost up. Half a day later, the Realmlings who had reacted quickly entered and even brought the imprinter with him. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had already left. His time was up. The imprinter was furious when he saw the shattered third cauldron, but he also rejoiced. Even the powerhouse from the Arrow sect had been defeated. If he had encountered Lu Yin, he would not have had a good ending. Now that Lu Yin had left, it was a good thing for him. Report this immediately. We cannot allow any more accidents to happen here, the imprinter said in a low voice as Lu Yin's name repeatedly appeared in his mind. In reality, they had not announced that Lu Yin had accepted the Nine Cauldrons inheritance, and only a few people knew about it, especially the Fifth Mainland. They were worried that the Fifth Mainland would support Lu Yin and send experts to help him. Now, the imprinter guessed that the Fifth Mainland's experts might have already appeared. Otherwise, how could a youth like Lu Yin defeat an expert from the Arrow sect? The giant from the Arrow sect had an advantage over ordinary people. Although this giant had not reached the level of a world imprinter, he was very close. A single arrow would have been enough to kill him, so the Fifth Mainland must have sent an absolute powerhouse. Lu Yin opened his eyes and appeared in King Zishan's palace. He raised his hand and four suns appeared. With the appearance of the four suns, a strange aura swept across Xinyu Star. No one could sense it, but their blood flowed faster as if there was a resonance. Even the two experts Lu Yi and Flying Flower did not sense it. The 9-yang cauldron transformation required cultivation, and so did the serious art. Now that the outside world's attention was drawn to the war in the blazing mist flow zone, Lu Yin continued to cultivate. As for the Wen family, he still had not decided on his conditions. He raised his hand and his die appeared. The cultivation of the serious art required time, so he could only roll the die. Once he started cultivating, it would take years. When the die stopped rolling, it showed 6 pips. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he appeared in that mysterious space. He immediately merged with a very bright ball of light not too far away, and his body shook as various memories flooded into his mind. Lu Yin looked up and saw a pig in front of him. A giant pig. When the pig saw Lu Yin open his eyes, he was startled and became very vigilant. He let out an even louder whimper. Lu Yin looked at him with the same gaze as before. The pig had seen this gaze for many, many years, and he could not even remember how many years it had been. This was Earth's swamp, the largest prison in the human domain. Talk? Why aren't you talking? Your gaze has changed. Strange, the pig said with a trembling voice. His huge butt shook as he stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin looked back at him calmly. After a while, the pig left. It was Deputy Hell Lord Earth's swamp, and people called him Lord Pig. After Lord Pig left, Lu Yin lowered his head, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. He had actually merged with a prisoner, and this prisoner was not simple at all. This was Earth's swamp, and there were 3,000 chains that locked up 3,000 prisoners. Each chain could trap one person. The prisoners were pressed underground in Earth's swamp, and the surroundings were filled with a poisonous gas that corroded every prisoner. This gas could cause a person to lose their minds and even turn them insane. Only a few people with special treatment were not exposed to the gas, but most of the other prisoners would go crazy and die. Their corpses would then be thrown into Earth's swamp to become nutrients. This gas was death chi. The person that Lu Yin had merged with had his limbs pierced through by chains, and he had been imprisoned here for many, many years. His memories were vast, and Lu Yin could not absorb them all in one go. Even so, even a small amount of memories was enough to shock him. This person's name was Lu Huang, and he had been an extremely talented elder of the sword sect many years ago. He could have become the sect master, but because he was too stunning, he had attempted to create the 14th sword and ended up committing suicide. He was a pitiful genius that would be recorded in the sword sect's history. Lu Huang was like Lu Xiaoqiu in that he had been born with a sword. He had easily grasped the 12th sword when he was young, and he had traveled the universe and experienced many emotions. Finally, he had grasped the 13th sword at the age of 20. Becoming a genius who could display the 13th sword even though his cultivation had not reached that level. He was a genius that had never appeared in the sword sect's history, and the sword sect called him a genius who could suppress the first Night King. The first Night King had founded the Night King bloodline and led the Day-Night clan to the peak of the Innerverse. Lu Huang was also considered by the sword sect to be a symbol that could lead them into the Neoverse. He was the ruler of the sword sect's future. Lu Huang did not disappoint the sword sect. In just a few decades, his cultivation had broken through to become an emissary, and his origin tribulation had been unprecedented. It was as if a sword had been slashed out from ancient times. That sword had shocked the other emissaries who had been watching, and after that his meteoric rise had made him an unparalleled powerhouse in the sword sect in the shortest amount of time. However, Lu Huang had been too arrogant, and he had firmly believed that the 13th sword was not the limit. He had decided to go into seclusion and create the 14th sword. Many years later, the current sword sect master had fallen, and Lu Huang had been elected as the new sect master. Unfortunately, he had been discovered to have died in seclusion. This news had shaken the entire Fifth Mainland, and even the Hall of Honor had sent people to mourn the death of this genius. Who would have thought that not only had Lu Huang not died, but he had also been imprisoned in Earth's swamp? Not even the sword sect knew about this. This was a huge secret, and the people who had captured him were the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin had seen Lu Huang's memories and experienced his pain, grief, and deep hatred for the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin had not offended the Hall of Honor, and he could only blame himself for being too much of a genius. He was so talented that he could lead the sword sect into the Neoverse, which was something that the Hall of Honor would not allow. Everyone believed that the Hall of Honor did not interfere in the disputes between the powers because it was fair. However, no one knew just how many things the Hall of Honor had done in secret. In order to maintain the peace of the Neoverse and maintain the balance between the various powers, the Hall of Honor would rather capture Lu Huang and imprison him in Earth's swamp so that he would never see the light of day again. Aside from Lu Huang, the Hall of Honor had captured one person after another over the countless years who could possibly break the balance. They wanted the balance between the inner verse and the outer verse, the cosmic sea and the Neoverse, not people who could break the balance. The Hall of Honor was carrying out what they believed to be their duty. Chapter 1604. Lu Yin had only just seen the Hall of Honor's true colors, but he could not blame them. If Emperor Lu had continued to cultivate, the sword sect would have definitely entered the Neoverse, and conflict would have been inevitable. At that time many people would have died and it would have caused a huge commotion. It would have given the alliance of rookies an opportunity to take advantage of the situation, which would have been beneficial to the sword sect. But now, Emperor Lu had been captured and everything had been settled. But was this fair to the sword sect? Was it fair to Emperor Lu? The Hall of Honor had sacrificed Emperor Lu and the sword sect for the sake of balance. From the sword sect's perspective this was unfair, but many people in the Neoverse rejoiced. The Hall of Honor was not wrong as they had indeed maintained peace and prevented war. The sword sect could only be blamed for being too weak. This was the law of the universe. All fairness and right and wrong were built on one's fist. Lu Yin could only rejoice that his backer was strong enough. Otherwise he would have unified the outer verse and coveted the inner verse, and he would have been captured by the Hall of Honor and locked up in Kuan's swamp. Now he could act without restraint, which meant that he had an unparalleled background in the Hall of Honor. As the memories flooded in, Lu Yin saw Emperor Lu's thoughts. He had already thought things through and he did not blame anyone. If he could, he would destroy the Hall of Honor for revenge. Regardless of right or wrong, this was the way of the universe. Right or wrong was not built on others but on one's own fist. Emperor Lu's emotions aside, this person was worthy of being called an absolute genius because he had truly created the 14th sword. Lu Yin continued to read Emperor Lu's memories, experiencing how Emperor Lu had felt when cultivating his sword technique. He could fuse his memories with Emperor Lu's and he could try anything that Emperor Lu could do. He had seen the right path and the only thing missing was cultivation. The 13 swords was an invincible sword technique that could shake even the astral tree domain. The 13th sword in particular was unavoidable unless one had no emotions. Anyone with emotions would definitely be struck. Lu Yin had once thought that this was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and fusing emotions into a sword technique was something that he could not even imagine. However, Emperor Lu had created the 14th sword, creating a wondrous sword technique that could shock anyone in this hell on earth. He had named the 14th sword, Misery. The look in your eyes just now was very strange. Let me confirm it again. Lord Pig returned. Lu Yin also returned. The Lu Emperor's cultivation was extremely high, and when he had first created the 13th sword, his power level had already exceeded 800,000. However, after so many years of being corroded by the aura of death and tortured by the Kuan swamp, he had become extremely weak. His cultivation was only comparable to that of an ordinary emissary. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not have been able to fuse into his body. The Kuan swamp contained death energy, and after fusing with the Lu Emperor and experiencing the 14th sword, all 6 points had been worth it. There was also something else that Lu Yin's gaze froze over. Someone was plotting a rebellion within the Kuan swamp. Most people thought that the Kuan swamp was located in the innerverse, but that was not accurate. The Kuan swamp was located at the border between the innerverse and the cosmic sea. It was the cosmic sea's seawater that had formed the Kuan swamp, which could be accessed from both the innerverse and the cosmic sea. However, the Kuan swamp zone, which was located in the cosmic sea, was even more despairing. Emperor Lu was imprisoned in the cosmic sea, while Shui Chuanxiao was imprisoned in the innerverse. There were 3,000 chains within the Kuan swamp, and each chain was used to imprison a person. No one could escape, but within the Lu Emperor's memories, someone was plotting a rebellion that had already been going on for 100 years and could be activated at any time. The Lu Emperor did not know who this person was, but he knew that this person was not far from him. If this person could be imprisoned with the Lu Emperor, then this person had to be an old monster. Lu Yining raised his hand and continued rolling his die. He had just seen the 14th sword that the Lu Emperor had created. Although he could not reach the Lu Emperor's level in terms of swordsmanship, he had still experienced the complete 13 swords through the Lu Emperor's memories, which had given him a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. The inheritance that he had received from the sword steel had been a deciphering of swordsmanship, and now he had verified it with the Lu Emperor's swordsmanship. Lu Yin realized that he had unknowingly become an expert in the way of the sword. If he was given a sword, he would probably be able to defeat Lu Tianmu. Feeling it was one thing, but actually being able to use it was another. The die slowly came to a stop at 4 pips. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he entered the time stop space. As soon as he entered, Lu Yin transformed his star energy into a sword and raised his hand to unleash the first sword of the 13 swords. The sword slashed through the void with unparalleled power. Lu Yin was satisfied and continued. The 13 swords were not something that just anyone could cultivate. In the entire sword sect, only Lu Tianmu and Lu Xiaoqiu had been able to do so, and sometimes, no one could inherit the 13 swords. Lu Yin's thoughts were too simple. He had indeed experienced the Lu Emperor's experience in refining the 13 swordsmen, but when it was his turn he could not display it so smoothly. It was like copying a cat to draw a tiger, but he could not draw out the tiger's charm. The 14th sword was even more so. He was certain that he could easily decipher the 13 swords, and he was confident that he could handle the 14th sword that the Lu Emperor had created. He could even teach it to others, but it was very difficult for him to display it. He had already received the inheritance from the sword steel regarding the control and deciphering of weapons, but it was not easy to display the unique battle technique of that particular weapon. Lu Yin sighed. Forget it, he was not that interested in the 13 swords. What was invincible was the person, not the battle technique. However, if the 14th sword was displayed in the sword sect, it should be very shocking. No, if he brought the Lu Emperor to the sword sect, it would be even more shocking. Lu Yin could only think about it. Once the Lu Emperor appeared and revealed the reason, there would be great trouble, and the Hall of Honor's reputation would be ruined. Regardless of whether or not the Hall of Honor treated the sword sect fairly, they had treated him well, and that was enough. Lu Yin's background was the Hall of Honor, and he had Master Yuan, the head judge, and Elder Chan. He could even influence the 9 directors. Lu Yin stopped researching swordsmanship and began to cultivate the serious art. This was his true treasure. Half a year later the time was up and Lu Yin left the time-stop space. This time he had rotated 5,100 stars, which was nearly 1,000 more than when he had first left the serious sect. This was the result of cultivating the 5th level of the serious art. The 5th level of the serious art allowed him to rotate 99,000 stars, which was a huge number. Lu Yin did not know how long it would take him to complete it. Once he completely cultivated the 5th level of the serious art, he might be able to use the diagram on the bottom of his feet. Of course, he might also need to cultivate the 6th level of the serious art. He continued to roll his die, and this time he rolled 1 pip. He obtained a useless weapon which he crushed and tossed away before continuing to roll his die. This was his 4th time, and after this roll he would have to rest for 10 days. His luck was good this time and he obtained 3 pips. Unfortunately, this was not what he needed, as he did not need to upgrade anything for the time being. During these 10 days, Lu Yin rested well and also took the opportunity to observe the situation of the war in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. The war in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone was escalating, and the Sylvan Dragons and the Ross Empire both had foreign experts joining the fray. The number of strangers entering the Fennel Flow Zone had also increased, and the 8 Great Flow Zones had definitely interfered. Lu Yin was now curious about whether the Hall of Honor would secretly interfere like the Lu Emperor and capture the Luo Emperor and the leader of the Sylvan Dragons to Earth's swamp. That would be bad luck. More and more foreign experts were joining the fray, and Wang Wen hoped to turn the Blazing Mist Flow Zone into a black hole of war that would drag the Sword Sect, the Wen family and the other powers into it. If he succeeded, it would be a good thing for the Great Eastern Alliance, but it would be even better if the 6th Mainland and the Neo-Human Alliance were dragged in as well. When he thought of this, Lu Yin sent a message to Wang Wen, reminding him not to forget about the Neo-Human Alliance and the 6th Mainland. 10 days passed quickly and Lu Yin rolled his die again. He did not know if his luck was good or bad, but he rolled 6 pips again. The previous 6 pips had cost him tens of millions of star essence, and Earth's swamp had not been too far away. Fortunately, he hoped that it would not be too far away this time. Lu Yin went to the mystical space and found the closest and brightest ball of light to merge with. As he did so, he felt a familiar sensation. This was the feeling of a corpse king. A corpse king was ice cold and its thoughts were rigid and emotionless. This emotionless coldness could even freeze one's thoughts. The moment Lu Yin merged with the ball of light, he immediately knew that it was a corpse king. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was on a desolate planet. His surroundings were pitch black and there were only rotating nebulae in the distance. They were multicolored, but they were not obvious. The corpse king did not have many memories, and besides killing, there was only killing. These memories made Lu Yin uncomfortable, and just as he was about to withdraw from the fusion, Han Chong suddenly appeared in his memories. Han Chong had been killed by this corpse king. At this moment, the corpse king was in the erudite flow zone, not too far from Lost Radiance Academy. When Xianxia had mentioned that Han Chong had died not too long ago, and Lu Yin had not expected that he would coincidentally merge with the corpse king that had killed Han Chong. When Xianxia and the others had not been sure who had killed Han Chong and the others, and they had only guessed that it had been the Neo-Human Alliance. Now Lu Yin had confirmed that the corpse king had killed Han Chong for a painting. Han Chong had been known as the art saint during his time in the Astral Combat Academy. His battle technique had been painting, and he had been able to draw mountains and rivers. He had been the student leader of Astral 2, and he had painted during the Astral Combat Tournament. At the time, Lu Yin had been very curious, but he had not paid much attention to it. He would never have guessed that Han Chong's death had been caused by his painting. This corpse king had been watching Han Chong for many years, and it had not decided to kill him on the spur of the moment. It had been watching Han Chong since before the inner verse and outer verse had been separated, and it had not made a move. It had been observing Han Chong's every move in an attempt to understand his painting. As for the reason, the corpse king did not know, but it had been ordered by the Neo-Human Alliance. The corpse king had killed Han Chong because it had not been able to obtain any valuable information from the corpse king, so it had captured him for interrogation. Unfortunately, Han Chong had not said anything in the end, or rather he himself did not know that his painting had come from Lost Radiance Academy. And now the corpse king was watching Lost Radiance Academy. Lu Yin quickly withdrew from the fusion with a strange expression. Why was the Neo-Human Alliance so interested in Han Chong's painting? He sank into his memories, thinking back to the Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest that Han Chong had participated in. During the Tournament of the Strongest, Han Chong had been defeated by Yun, but there had not been any abnormalities at that time. Something that had been targeted by the Neo-Human Alliance was definitely not simple. Lost Radiance Academy and the painting. It seemed that Lu Yin would have to find some time to visit the erudite flow zone. Perhaps he could think of that condition. Chapter 1605. He continued rolling the die, but this time it was a 5, which was useless. 2, which was useless. The fourth time Lu Yin rolled a 4 and he continued cultivating serious. Another half a year passed. Lu Yin rested for another 10 days before continuing to roll the die. To outsiders, Lu Yin had been in seclusion for close to 2 months, but to cultivators 2 months was nothing. However, to Wen Yao and Wen Sansi it was a long time and they had waited for 2 months. Lu Yin watched as the die slowly stopped rolling. It was a 6 again. His luck was too good this time and he had actually rolled a 6 3 times. This time, Lu Yin did not merge into a person's body. Instead he merged into a monster, 100-meter-tall corpse king. He looked down at the numerous corpse kings beneath him and then looked up at the waterfall in the distance. This was the Starfall Sea outside of the horizontal black hole. Lu Yin fused with a 100-meter-tall corpse king that was specialized in destroying sourcebox arrays. This corpse king had a power level of over 500,000, and it slowly made its way up the waterfall. Of course, its destination was the 6th mainland. Another corpse king. Lu Yin felt helpless as there were too many Eternals. The 5th mainland, the 6th mainland and even the Cosmic Tree Realm were all included. If he merged into an emissary's body, there was a high chance that he would end up with a corpse king. Right, this was the Starfall Sea. Lu Yin looked towards the south. If he merged with a corpse king that was close to the Greyweed continent, wouldn't that mean that he could control the corpse king to go to Zhongshan Dojo and come into contact with that fist mark? There was hope, but that did not mean that he could comprehend the rest of the emptiness palm. He himself had not comprehended it before, but there was still hope. Lu Yin grew excited and withdrew from the fusion. This giant corpse king was too far away from the Greyweed continent. Even if he used up all of his star essence, he might not be able to enter the Greyweed continent, let alone the Zhou dojo and the fist mark. It all depended on luck. After withdrawing from the fusion, Lu Yin still had 3 more chances to roll the die. He did not want to waste them, so he continued. Once, twice, and on his 3rd attempt he rolled a 4 and entered the time-stop space to cultivate Sirius. Half a year had passed in the time-stop space, but only 1 second had passed in the outside world. Lu Yin had used his die to cultivate the Sirius art for more than 2 years, and he had increased the number of stars in his hand to 5,700. This was 8 times more than when he had first returned to the 5th mainland, which meant that the power of his Sirius palm strike had increased by quite a bit, and he had also learned Sirius swordsmanship. Sirius swordsmanship used stars to form swords, and he wondered if it could be used in conjunction with the 13 swords. While Lu Yin was in seclusion, Ku Wei accompanied Ling Yan to the Immerse Giant Financial Group's headquarters. Cold Beauty, where's the giant? Over the past 2 days, you've been showing me all kinds of services. Brother Wei isn't interested in any of these. I just want to see giants, Ku Wei said. He believed that he had come with a mission. Ling Yan's eyes flashed. The giant's temper isn't too good. Please excuse him. Ku Wei did not care. It's fine. We'll talk about it when we meet. Ling Yan nodded and took Ku Wei to one of the planets under the control of the Giant Financial Group. The Giant Financial Group's headquarters was surrounded by dozens of planets, and one of them was inhabited by giants who were extremely intelligent and could develop technology. The environment on this planet was completely different from that of a normal planet, and the technology here was extremely advanced. The planet was extremely large. Ku Wei looked up and saw an enormous flight of stairs, as well as the enormous tables and chairs in the distance. He gulped. This place was really huge. Some giants passed by, but they weren't curious about Ku Wei and Ling Yan. There were many giants in the space station, but most of them were ordinary people. I'll take you to see President Qing, Ling Yan said. Ku Wei nodded. Please. It was a strange feeling to walk through a giant's kingdom. Ku Wei had experienced it before in Progenitor Chen's tomb, but the guardian giants there didn't seem to have any intelligence, and their residences had been very simple. They had only lived in large stone houses, but this was a technological kingdom. Everything was huge, as if a human's technological kingdom had been magnified 100 times. There's a giant kingdom here, but the outside world doesn't know about it? Ku Wei was curious. Ling Yan replied, President Qing has decreed that the giants are not allowed to leave this place, and they are not allowed to leave the Giant Financial Group. That's wise. Many people outside aren't friendly to the giants, Ku Wei said. Ling Yan glanced at Ku Wei. Are you friendly to the giants? Ku Wei replied, Of course. Otherwise, why would Master send me here? I'm good at communicating with the giants. Is that so? Ling Yan obviously didn't believe him. Not long after, Ku Wei met the true leader of the Giant Financial Group, Qing Kong, with Ling Yan leading the way. He was a very intelligent giant who was at least 100 meters tall. Qing Kong's reception of Ku Wei was quite grand. The grand hall was brightly lit, and the giants were dressed in formal attire just like the ordinary people. They exchanged pleasantries, which was quite strange. Ku Wei and Qing Kong sat across from each other at an enormous dining table. The table was very normal to the giants, but to Ku Wei it could be used for a race. The tableware in front of him was huge, and there was a huge plate of unknown barbecued meat that completely blocked Ku Wei's view. In the distance, Ling Yan almost laughed out loud. Ku Wei soared into the air and passed by the barbecued meat to look at Qing Kong. Qing Kong looked at Ku Wei with interest, and the giants around them all looked over from time to time. Senior, Ku Wei said. You can call me President Qing or Boss Qing. I like it when people call me that, Qing Kong said with a loud voice and a smile. He did his best to appear friendly. If not for his giant face, he would have looked more like a mature businessman. Ku Wei coughed and was about to speak when a giant woman pushed a cup of wine over. She shook it slightly and a few drops of wine spilled out, almost drowning Ku Wei. President Qing, you should know the reason why my master sent me here, Ku Wei said. Qing Kong nodded. Humans are suspicious and are worried that we giants are developing too quickly. This is understandable. We cooperated with the Great Eastern Alliance in the beginning because we hoped to be protected. The fact that Alliance Master Lu sent you here proves that he is willing to cooperate with us despite his doubts. I am very grateful to him. Ku Wei smiled. That's good, that's good. Come, let us welcome our guest from afar, the personal disciple of the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master, Mr. Ku Wei. Qin Kong stood up and shouted. All the giants around them cheered, and the sound waves hurt Ku Wei's ears. Ling Yan did not feel good either, as she was not used to interacting with these giants. The meal ended amidst the giants' enthusiastic cheers, and Ku Wei met with Qin Kong in private. Facing the sea, Qin Kong knew how to enjoy himself as he sat down on a giant chair. As for Ku Wei, the chair was too big for him. It was even bigger than a house. It isn't easy for us giants to survive, especially those giants who don't have any intelligence. They kill humans like wild beasts, which makes our situation even worse. A long time ago, the Hall of Honor's board of directors decided to wipe out the giants' technology. Fortunately, even though the technology was wiped out, we were still able to survive. Over the years, we have developed our technology to its current state. The giant financial group only wants to give the homeless giants a place to stay. For this reason, we will endure even if the Innerverse's various powers exploit us. Qin Kong then looked at Ku Wei solemnly. If Alliance Master Lu is truly willing to accept us, then the giant financial group will definitely do our best to help the Great Eastern Alliance. We will not cause any trouble for him. Please convey my attitude to Alliance Master Lu. Ku Wei quietly listened to Qin Kong's words and thought about it. President Qing, Master does not have any prejudice against the giants. He sent me here to express his attitude. That's good, Qin Kong said. President Qing, do you really understand what I just said? What I meant was that I was sent here to represent Master's attitude, Ku Wei emphasized. President Qing did not understand. Isn't Alliance Master Lu using Brother Ku Wei's words to express his attitude? Ku Wei took a deep breath. It was time. He could not hide the fact that he had transformed into a giant forever. Humans might be prejudiced against him, but these giants would not be. The current Ku Wei was actually more of the same race as these giants. The chair is too big and it's not comfortable, Ku Wei lamented. Qin Kong immediately ordered, someone change a chair for Brother Ku Wei. A human chair. There's no need, Ku Wei replied. Then, under Qin Kong's stunned gaze, Ku Wei transformed into a giant that was about the same size as Qin Kong and about 100 meters tall. During his first transformation, Ku Wei had become about the same height as the guardian giant, which was about 1,000 meters tall. Now, as time passed, Ku Wei had become more and more proficient at transforming into a giant. Of course, this was only done in secret as no one had seen him do it. He could freely control his size, and at his largest he was even larger than his first transformation. With a clang, a female giant behind Ku Wei was stunned. She stared at Ku Wei in a daze, her worldview toppling. Even Qin Kong was stunned. He even stood up in shock. Brother Ku Wei, what are you doing? Ku Wei grinned. This is more like it. Qin Kong's mouth was wide open as he stared at Ku Wei's smile. He was completely stunned and it took him a while to react. He waved his hand and had the female giant back down. He stared at Ku Wei and asked, how did you do it? You're not human? You're the one who's not human. Ku Wei rolled his eyes and stood up. He stretched comfortably and looked at Qin Kong. Looking at you guys makes me feel like we're the same kind. This feeling is too strange. Qin Kong suddenly grabbed Ku Wei's arm and squeezed it. Ku Wei did not feel any pain as Qin Kong's power level was only around 200,000. These giants who were proficient in creating technology did not have high combat power, so Ku Wei could fight 10 of them at once. No, he could fight 100 of them. You're different from us. You're a giant, Qin Kong blurted out. He looked at Ku Wei in shock and hurriedly asked, did you obtain giant blood somewhere? Ku Wei was confused. Giant? I don't understand. I've been to Progenitor Chen's tomb and entered the guardian giant's blood pool. No, the guardian giant's beasts don't have the ability to transform you. Think again. Did you obtain extraordinary blood? Qin Kong asked. Ku Wei shook his head. Chapter 1606. No matter how hard he thought about it, he could not come to a conclusion. There was only one possibility, and that was that Lu Yin had only come into contact with the guardian giant's blood pool. Qin Kong fell silent. Ku Wei had given him too much of a shock, and only the giant tribe could understand this kind of shock. Actually, why do you have to control your body to be 100 meters tall? Isn't it uncomfortable? Ku Wei asked curiously. Qin Kong looked at him silently. That's our height. Ku Wei blinked. Then how can I become 1,000 meters tall? And I'm still growing? Qin Kong's eyes narrowed. Because you are a giant. His eyes then lit up. Brother Ku Wei, I'll take you to see the giant tribe's leader. He might be able to answer your questions. Giant? You're kind. You're not? There are many types of giants and mine are the smart ones. Brother Wei isn't stupid either. After seeing the giant that Qin Kong had mentioned, Ku Wei finally understood what it meant to be the same kind. When he looked up, Ku Wei was stunned. The giant in front of him was more than 10,000 meters tall, which was 10 times taller than him. Qin Kong looked like an ant in front of this giant. He had heard that there were many types of giants, but Ku Wei had never thought that he would one day see such a huge one. This giant had a nice and domineering name, Qin Huang. At this moment Qin Huang's giant eyes were fixed on Ku Wei and he sniffed. Ku Wei was afraid and he immediately transformed into a giant that was 1,000 meters tall. He no longer panicked when he looked at Qin Huang, as at least he would not be swallowed whole. The aura of an ancient bloodline. You're a tribesman, Qin Huang said, his voice so loud that the void distorted. Qin Kong's eyes lit up. Qin Huang, he really has the aura of an ancient giant? That's right. Where does your bloodline come from? Qin Huang asked. Ku Wei gulped. Progenitor Chen's tomb. In outer space, a white piece of paper flew towards the Innerverse. It depicted Lu Yin and Lu Feihua riding on it. Lu Yin had just come out of seclusion when he received a call from Ku Wei. Even now he still could not believe that the giant figure on the screen was Ku Wei and there was an even bigger figure behind him. Our items are still the best. Your spacecraft is too slow, Feihua sighed. The paper was made from the bark of the mother tree and could be folded into any shape. How fast it could fly depended on the person controlling it. At this moment Mr. Lu Yi was controlling the paper at a much faster speed than the spaceship. With this speed, it would only take them 2 days to reach the giant financial group. The spacecraft can be used by ordinary people and there won't be any pressure. Big Sister Feihua disdainfully replied, why would a normal person need to be so fast? Senior, you only care about cultivation. Don't forget that you also started out as an ordinary person. The greater the scope of your contact, the more opportunities you have. If I hadn't used the spacecraft back then, I wouldn't have been able to leave that small world and I wouldn't even exist now. Lu Yin looked at her. Mr. Lu Yi replied, that's right. Out of 10 billion ordinary people, one elite cultivator is enough. These spacecraft are indeed useful. It's just that it's too slow. Big Sister Feihua snorted. Lu Yin suddenly thought of a question. Seniors, you've followed me around the fifth mainland. What do you think? Too weak, Feihua said bluntly. Lu Yin had no intention of paying attention to her. This woman had a very explosive temper. Mr. Lu Yi thought about it. Although it's far from being comparable to my cosmic tree, it's still quite unique. There are also many inheritances that share the same origin as the cosmic tree. It can't be considered an abandoned land, right? Lu Yin smiled. Big Sister Feihua sneered. As long as there's no progenitor, it'll always be an abandoned land. Lu Yin choked, but it made sense. Without a progenitor it could only be an abandoned land. Lu Yin's sudden departure made Wen Yao and the rest anxious. The Wen family valued the 7-layered literary prison more than anyone else, which was why they had been keeping an eye on Lu Yin while he was in seclusion. They had thought that Lu Yin had other plans for going to the Innerverse. Brother Lu, just state your conditions. The Wen family will do our best to fulfill them, Wen Xianxia said, sounding a little anxious. Lu Yin had rarely seen him speak like this. Lu Yin replied, Brother Wen, I haven't thought of my conditions yet, but you can help me with something first. Please, Wen Xianxia said. Lu Yin said, Yihuang Academy has a landscape painting that Han Chong used to defeat Xia Yi during the astral combat tournament. I'd like to take a look. Wen Xianxia did not understand. A landscape painting? Brother Lu, are you interested in that? A little. It's mainly because with Han Chong's strength back then, it wouldn't have been easy for him to defeat someone on the same level. That landscape painting is not ordinary. If Brother Wen doesn't know what it is, you can go to Yihuang Academy to take a look. Lu Yin then ended the call. The Neo-Human Alliance wanted to obtain the landscape painting, and even if they did not know what it was for, there was no harm in obtaining it first. There was one thing that Lu Yin was absolutely certain of. No matter what he did now, the Neo-Human Alliance would not harm him. His scheme was more important than anything else as it concerned the war between two races. Since that was the case, he could use his advantage to his advantage. When Xianxia told Wen Yao about Lu Yin's conditions, but Wen Yao did not understand either. He immediately contacted the Han family from Yihuang Academy. Finally, the conditions were presented to the dean of Yihuang Academy. The dean was an elder of the Han family, and he was also the oldest surviving member of the family. He was an emissary. It was far more difficult for cultivators from the Fifth Mainland to break through to the emissary realm than it was for cultivators from the Sixth Mainland. This was because there were no imprints and there were not as many opportunities as there were in the Cosmic Tree realm. As a result, the Fifth Mainland had the fewest emissaries. Anyone who could become an emissary was not simple. President Han sat quietly with an elder of the Han family waiting in front of him. Tell Lu Yin that Yihuang Academy does not have any landscape paintings. Han Chang's landscape painting was his own opportunity, and it disappeared with his death, President Han said in a low voice. Yes, President. After the elder of the Han family left, President Han had a complicated look in his eyes, as if he was recalling something. So it was because of this. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let Chong-er come into contact with it. That would have led to his death. But how did this Lu Yin find out? Lu Yin quickly received Wen Yao's answer. My apologies, Senior. That landscape painting is a prerequisite. Without it, there's nothing to discuss. Lu Yin was not surprised by Yihuang Academy's answer. In fact, he did not know whether or not there was any landscape painting, but since the Neo-Human Alliance had been willing to send experts to keep an eye on it for nearly 10 years in order to ensure that they did not make any mistakes in finding the painting, Lu Yin believed that the item was definitely very important. It was normal that Yihuang Academy was unwilling to hand it over. Alliance Master Lu, it's just a mere landscape painting. If you want it, there are plenty of people in Maiwen clan who are willing to help you draw it. No matter where you want a landscape painting, Maiwen clan can satisfy you. Our people are very skilled in this aspect, and they definitely won't be any worse than those drawn by ancient sages, Wen Yao said. Lu Yin replied, My apologies, Senior. It has to be a landscape painting drawn by Han Chong after he defeated Xia Yi. I believe that Yihuang Academy has it. Indeed, they don't have it. Yihuang Academy will not refuse any of my family's requests, especially when it's such an important matter, Wen Yao said anxiously. He was certain that the Han family would not refuse, as the Han family had been dependent on the Wen family for many years. However, no matter what Wen Yao said, Lu Yin was the one who had the conditions and it was only a prerequisite. Without a landscape painting, there was nothing to discuss. Wen Yao asked, Alliance Master Lu, do you not trust my Wen family or do you have other plans? Lu Yin frowned. When surely I have the final say in any conditions. I can only tell you that I have no other plans at the moment, but I can't say for sure if this drags on for too long. Alliance Master Lu, Wen Shirley is also a member of my Wen family. You've captured someone from my Wen family, Wen Yao said anxiously. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Senior, you're using the Wen family to threaten me. Since that's the case, then forget it. If the Wen family has the ability, then come and snatch him away yourself. Brother Lu, that's not what we meant. Please don't misunderstand. It's just that Wen Shirley is indeed a member of my Wen family. Brother Lu, please understand our feelings, Wen Xianxia hurriedly explained. Lu Yin coldly replied, We'll talk after you hand over the landscape painting. There's no need to talk about anything else. He then ended the call. On Xenu Star, Wen Yao was panting heavily and his face was flushed red. He had never been so submissive to a junior before, and he had been passive the entire time he had met Lu Yin. He had even tried to put in a good word for him, but he had not been able to control himself. Lu Yin established the Great Eastern Alliance and even negotiated with the leading powers of the 8 Great Flow Zones in the Sword Sect. He's not afraid of anyone, and now that his background in the Hall of Honor is even more profound, no one can touch him. Just bear with it, Wen Xianxia advised. Wen Yao sighed. Forget it. Continue contacting the Han family. Since Lu Yin is so certain, perhaps the Han family really is hiding something. Wen Xianxia nodded as he had the same thoughts. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not have purposely made things difficult for them. It was unwise, and even if he did not fear the Wen family, there was no need to make enemies. 2 days later, Lu Yin arrived at the giant financial group. Ling Yan was already waiting for him, along with Qin Kong and the rest of the 100-meter-tall giants. When Lu Yin landed on the giant financial group's planet, Qin Kong hurriedly welcomed him with a smile that was even more enthusiastic than when he had met Ku Wei. Alliance leader Lu, welcome to the giant financial group. Lu Yin smiled. President Qing, long time no see. Lu Yefei looked curiously at the giants around him. There were all sorts of people in the astral tree domain, and there were giants as well. However, this was the first time they had seen such a strange giant. Weren't giants supposed to eat raw meat and drink blood? They lived in all sorts of strange ways, but these giants were no different from ordinary people. Qin Kong and the others could not tell how powerful Lu Yefei was, so they assumed that he was a bodyguard. Lu Yin and Qin Kong chatted as they headed towards the planet with the giants. That place was forbidden to the giant financial group, and only Qin Kong could lead the way. Ling Yan and the others could only wait in place. Lu Yefei did not follow them, as this bit of distance made no difference to them. When Lu Yin saw the 10,000-meter-tall giant, he also saw Ku Wei. It was too big, but Lu Yin was not surprised. He had seen ancient giants that were far more than 10,000 meter tall through Progenitor Chen's memories in his tomb. Progenitor Chen's giant clone had been able to casually grab a planet and play with it like a marble. Chapter 1607. Master. Ku Wei shouted as his body shrank to welcome Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded and looked at the giant. Qin Huang also looked at Lu Yin curiously. His expression was solemn and even a little surprised. You have the same bloodline aura. Can you transform into a giant as well? On the way here, Ku Wei had told Lu Yin about this, and Lu Yin immediately understood. Back in Progenitor Chen's tomb, Lu Yin had absorbed Progenitor Chen's bloodline, and Ku Wei had also coincidentally absorbed a bit of Progenitor Chen's bloodline. The only difference was that Lu Yin's own bloodline had assimilated Progenitor Chen's bloodline, just like how he had absorbed the White Dragon clan's bloodline. I can't transform, Lu Yin said. Qin Huang was confused. Why? Lu Yin thought about it. Maybe it's because I haven't interacted with many giant bloodlines. Master, did you fall into that blood pool as well? Ku Wei asked, as he did not know about this. Lu Yin nodded and did not elaborate. He looked at Qin Huang. Your surname is Qin. Are all giants surnamed Qin? That's right. Lu Yin understood. That's why Xiaxia is also called Progenitor Qin. No wonder. It was precisely because of his giant avatar that Progenitor Qin had been chased by the Daoist sect and surrounded by various great powers. After he had reached the Progenitor realm, his giant avatar had left the deepest impression on everyone. Since all giants were surnamed Qin, the name Progenitor Qin had been born. Qin Kong spoke up. Alliance Master Lu, we invited you here to express our sincerity. We want you to know that whether it is now or in the future, the giant tribe will always be friendly to you. We hope that Alliance Master Lu will treat us the same. Lu Yin nodded and smiled. President Qing, you worry too much. If I cared about the giant tribe, I would not have kept Ku Wei by my side. Ku Wei looked aggrieved, as he had thought the same at first. He had thought that Lu Yin had sent him to the giant financial group because he knew that he could transform into a giant. However, when he contacted Lu Yin 2 days ago to specifically transform into a giant, Lu Yin's expression had told him that he had guessed wrong. Lu Yin had not known that he could transform into a giant at all. Ku Wei felt aggrieved, as he had actually guessed wrong and revealed his greatest trump card. Alliance Master Lu, I have one more request. Qin Huang spoke up as he looked at Lu Yin and Ku Wei. Lu Yin replied, please go ahead. Qin Huang said solemnly, my giant bloodline has actually been extinct since the ancient war with the Sixth Mainland. We perished together with Progenitor Qin, and we can only be considered to have borrowed our thin bloodline to get closer to the giant bloodline. There's still a fundamental difference. If we can obtain Progenitor Chen's bloodline, then we can truly become a giant and we can truly grow infinitely. I'm 10,000 meters tall now, and that's our limit. Essentially, we can't break through, so I want to borrow the power of that person's blood. Lu Yin was astonished. Borrow? How do I borrow it? Give us his blood. The more the better, said Qin Huang. When Ku Wei heard this, his face paled. Impossible. How old am I? How much blood can I give you? Qin Huang hurriedly replied, I don't need too much. Just give me 1/10 of your blood and that should be enough. I'll break through my essence and truly approach the giant bloodline. As for the rest, we'll break through on our own. No, absolutely not. I'll take even 1/10, Ku Wei directly refused. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked at Ku Wei. When Ku Wei saw Lu Yin's gaze, his heart sank and he grew anxious. Master, do you know how many giants there are? There are more than 1,000 of them, and each of them only has 1/10 of my blood. Master, I would have killed them long ago. Lu Yin smiled. You can replenish your blood. Lu Yin's smile caused Ku Wei to grow even more anxious. He understood Lu Yin well, and he knew that Lu Yin's smile meant that Lu Yin had his own thoughts. Master, why should we help them? If we don't help them, then this disciple really can't give his blood. Lu Yin looked at Qin Huang. Did you hear that? Although I'm working with the giant financial group, it's only a partnership. I can't help you for no reason. If I give you my blood, it'll be easy for someone to die. It'll definitely kill. Ku Wei shouted. Qin Huang fell silent as he was not good at negotiations. Qin Kong asked, Does Alliance Leader Lu have any conditions? Lu Yin's lips curled up. How many giants are there? 1,152, Qin Kong replied. Lu Yin thought about it. 200. If 200 giants work for me, I can get Ku Wei to give you his blood. Ku Wei wailed. Master, I don't want that. Lu Yin pressed down on his shoulder. Shut up. Ku Wei did not dare to speak, and he just looked at Lu Yin helplessly. If he had known that things would turn out this way, he would not have invited Lu Yin over. Qin Kong looked at Qin Huang. Qin Huang thought about it and then nodded. It's time for our people to go out. Back then, the giant's bloodline shook the 6th mainland and slaughtered many of its cultivators. Today that day has come again. Alliance Leader Lu, only 1/3 of Brother Ku Wei's blood can be given each time. How about this? Let him stay in the giant financial group so that we can take care of him, Qin Kong suggested. Ku Wei's face paled and he looked at Lu Yin pleadingly. Lu Yin smiled. President Qing, please arrange a secluded place for us so that we can discuss this. Qin Kong nodded. Alliance Leader Lu, please. Lu Yin glanced at Qin Huang and then followed Qin Kong. Qin Huang had been looking forward to this day, as the giant's bloodline would soon recover. They had long since wanted to go out and fight in outer space, as the giants were not suited for hiding. The place that Qin Kong had arranged for Lu Yin and Ku Wei was indeed secluded, and the scenery was beautiful. After Qin Kong left, Ku Wei immediately lay down on the ground. Master, please don't give me any blood. I don't want to stay here. I don't want to be taken care of. Lu Yin replied, Give me some of your blood. The more the better. Ku Wei wailed again, but Lu Yin grew impatient. All right, I have a way to obtain even purer progenitor Chen's blood. Just give it to me. Just a reminder, the more blood you give, the greater the chances of success. If too little causes progenitor Chen's blood to become impure, then you'll have to stay here. Ku Wei was startled and he hurriedly began to give Lu Yin his blood. He could only trust Lu Yin's words. Of course, Lu Yin would not leave Ku Wei here to be drained. After all, Ku Wei was his disciple and he was not that cruel. What he wanted was to improve Ku Wei's bloodline. With his dye's 3 pips, he should be able to improve it to the same level as progenitor Chen's bloodline, not just a little bit. Ku Wei was really going all out and he had given up more than half of his blood. He looked like he was terminally ill and he could not even walk. The blood floated in the air, but Lu Yin could not sense any trace of progenitor Chen's blood. His own Lu family bloodline was enough to assimilate progenitor Chen's bloodline. Lu Yin took most of Ku Wei's blood and went into seclusion. He told Ku Wei that he would only come out in 10 days. Ku Wei could only wait and hope that Lu Yin would not be so cruel as to leave him here to be drained. Elsewhere, Qin Kong once again approached Qin Huang. Are they willing? Do you agree? Qin Huang asked. Qin Kong replied, Don't worry, Lu Yin is very smart and calculative. He won't give up on the giant bloodline. Back then, the giant bloodline only fought for themselves in the 5th mainland. Now they actually have to work for someone else. If progenitor Qin finds out, his heart will ache, Qin Huang said helplessly. Qin Kong shook his head. Times have changed and there are very few people like progenitor Qin among the humans. Lu Yin is the most outstanding human I've ever seen. If we follow him, we'll be able to establish ourselves on the 5th mainland. I hope that we can really become giants and grow without limit. One day we'll reach progenitor Chen's level, and we'll be able to destroy stars with a wave of our hands. Lu Yin waited for 8 days before his dye finally returned to normal. He raised his hand and the dye reappeared and he tapped it. He had been rolling it quite frequently during this time. 4 pips and his luck was quite good. The scene in front of him changed and Lu Yin appeared in the time-stop space. Here he could definitely roll 3 pips. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. On the 7th time Lu Yin rolled 3 pips. 2 screens of light appeared and Lu Yin took a deep breath and began to upgrade his blood. He frantically tossed star essence into it. Progenitor Qian was a progenitor, and anyone with the word progenitor attached to their name was not simple. Even if it was just a seemingly useless blood, the upgrade cost was much more than ordinary external items. The first upgrade cost him 3 million star essence, and the subsequent upgrades increased exponentially. With each upgrade the blood fell again and again. Eventually the blood changed at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing an indescribable pressure. After the 6th upgrade, the blood's color became much more profound, and the surrounding void distorted as if a giant was roaring. Then the 7th, 8th and 9th time fell. The blood was no longer blood and it seemed to be alive. It clearly existed, but Lu Yin felt as if the space around him could not bear the weight of the pressure. Suddenly a fist punched towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin was shocked and subconsciously retreated, but the fist disappeared. Was that an illusion? No, that was not right. It was a battle that had been branded into Progenitor Qian's blood, and it was a mark that could not be erased. Lu Yin stopped upgrading as he knew that he would definitely be able to obtain Progenitor Qian's blood when he was at his peak. However, he did not know what would happen at that time and he did not know if he would be able to handle it. The 9 upgrades had cost him more than 1.22 billion star essence, which was another reason why he did not upgrade it. Any more upgrades would cost an astronomical figure, and he might not even have enough money on him. Even now he had used more than 1 billion star essence, which was enough to make his heart ache. The giant financial group would have to pay for this. Lu Yin shook his head as he looked at Progenitor Qian's blood. It was a pity that it was useless to him, but it would definitely be of great use to Ku Wei. When the time was up, Lu Yin left the time-stop space and walked outside. Ku Wei had recovered quite a bit and there was a bit of red on his face. He looked at Lu Yin nervously, but his eyes were filled with anticipation. Lu Yin laughed. I'll return some of your blood to you, but you'll have to use the rest of your life to repay me. He then tossed a bottle of Progenitor Qian's blood to Ku Wei's puzzled gaze. After upgrading most of Ku Wei's blood, he had only obtained 3 bottles of Progenitor Qian's blood, and this bottle was for Ku Wei. Ku Wei caught it and stared blankly at Progenitor Qian's blood. The blood inside actually made him want to absorb it. Master, what's this? It's Progenitor Qian's blood. Absorb it and take a look. Chapter 1608. Hearing that it was Progenitor Qian's blood, Ku Wei was overjoyed. He swallowed it in one gulp and his body started to change. He became extremely large and the surface of his body became red like steam. Ku Wei's body grew bigger and bigger, reaching 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Then it continued to grow, surpassing his previous maximum size and still growing. Lu Yin was curious and wanted to see just how tall Ku Wei could grow. Qin Kong arrived and watched as Ku Wei's body grew from 1,000 meters to 2,000 meters. Then 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters, 5,000 meters. Qin Kong's mouth gradually opened wide. How was this possible? This was growing taller, not pulling out radishes. Wasn't this too fast? Was Progenitor Qian's blood really that effective? Ku Wei was in great pain. Progenitor Qian's blood had brought about a transformation to him. In the past, although he was also of the giant bloodline and did not have any bottlenecks, he still needed to take his time to grow taller. Now, Progenitor Qian's blood had allowed him to improve rapidly. It had not only brought about changes to his body. In the end, Ku Wei reached a height of 8,000 meters, which was very close to Qin Huang's height of 10,000 meters. Qin Kong was stunned. This was too exaggerated. With a boom, the ground shook and the void cracked open. Qin Huang's huge body walked out and looked at Ku Wei with a burning gaze. His breathing was ragged as he said, "Bloodline, your bloodline has changed. It's purer now and it's filled with majesty. This is Ancestor Qian's bloodline. Are you his descendant?" Ku Wei panted heavily and every time he gasped for breath, the wind would surge. He looked at his hands and felt his current strength. He had actually become an enlighter and he had broken through in an instant. Clouds swirled around his fingertips and he could now look down at tall mountains. Everything around him had become smaller. Lu Yin was satisfied. This time he had discovered that Ku Wei had broken through to the hunter realm, but he had only gone through 11 cycles. Now, with the help of progenitor Chen's blood and the special characteristics of the giant bloodline, Ku Wei had actually managed to reach the Enlighter realm in a single leap. This sort of leap was quite exaggerated. It was no wonder that those clans with progenitor realm experts gave birth to so many geniuses. No matter how weak a disciple was, with the bloodline of an progenitor realm expert, it would be different. At this moment, Ku Wei had become an expert. At least in the Outerverse he was a top-notch expert. With the giant's uniqueness and the Ku family's battle techniques, he could definitely fight against Xianxia and the others without necessarily losing. Ku Wei hurriedly shrunk his body and looked at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. "Master, I've become more powerful." "Thank you, Master." Lu Yin nodded. "He's my first disciple after all." Qin Huang bent down and stared at Lu Yin. "Alliance Master Lu, how did you do it?" Lu Yin originally wanted to take out progenitor Chen's blood, as he still had 2 bottles left. One bottle would be given to the giant tribe to help them improve the quality of their bloodlines, and the other bottle could be sold to Qin Kong to recoup his costs. However, he suddenly thought of a question. With Ku Wei's current blood purity, how much blood would he need to help one of your giants break through their bloodlines? Qin Huang's huge eyes looked at Ku Wei. "1 drop is enough." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "Find someone to test it out." Soon another giant appeared. There were a total of over 1,000 giants on this planet. They formed an existence similar to a tribe and were protected by the giant financial group. The giants were different from the technological giants. They seemed to be part of the giant race, but they were actually 2 different races. What was even more different was that the giants had great combat potential. Once they were exposed, they would be a much greater threat compared to the technological giants. Therefore, even if the technological giants could be exposed, the giants could not. The giant that appeared this time was in its prime and was 7,000 meters tall. The giants were relatively tall and Qin Kong was the tallest of them all. Ku Wei was second only to Qin Kong. The giant was confused and did not know what to do. He looked at Ku Wei blankly. He had never seen a giant before and he felt an inexplicable sense of awe. Lu Yin looked at Ku Wei. Ku Wei grinned and carefully took out a drop of blood. He threw it at the giant unhappily. The giant swallowed the blood under Qin Kong's instructions and then roared. His body visibly grew by 1,000 meters until he was about the same height as Ku Wei. Lu Yin could also see that the giant's rune lines had increased by at least 40,000. It was just a drop of blood and he had not even cultivated it, yet his power level had increased by 40,000. It was like a pie had fallen from the sky. Hold on, these giants couldn't all be Enlighters, right? After less than an hour, the robust giant finally calmed down. Giant beads of sweat dripped from his body like a waterfall. He lowered his head and looked at Ku Wei, his eyes filled with respect and even a trace of submission. Lu Yin's expression changed and he looked at Ku Wei in astonishment. Could Ku Wei's bloodline suppress this giant? Was this why he worshipped him? "My name is Qin Ji. Do you have any orders for me?" the giant asked as he looked at Ku Wei. Ku Wei rolled his eyes. "No orders. Stay away. You're blocking my view." Lu Yin casually patted Ku Wei's head. "Be more polite to him." Qin Ji was furious and he glared at Lu Yin. "How dare you?" He struck out with a palm, but Qin Huang hurriedly grabbed Qin Ji's arm and growled, "Go back." Qin Ji panted heavily and glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Qin Ji with interest and pointed at Ku Wei. "You respect him a lot?" "Yes, you're not allowed to be rude." Qin Ji raged, unable to control himself. Qin Huang frowned. "Back off. Don't be impudent." He grabbed Qin Ji and flung him away. The giant, who was 8,000 meters tall, was flung away like a baby. Lu Yin looked deeply at Qin Ji, who had been tossed away, and then turned to Qin Huang with what he thought was a friendly and sincere smile. If a single drop of blood can allow a giant to break through his bloodline's limits, then the amount of blood needed to create 1,152 giants won't be much. The giant bloodline will be able to regain its former glory. Qin Kong kept staring at Lu Yin, and when he saw that smile he knew that something was amiss. He had also seen Qin Ji's performance and his heart sank. If Ku Wei's blood was used to break through his bloodline's limit, wouldn't that mean that the giant bloodline would respect and even obey Ku Wei's orders? That was not a good thing. However, he looked at Qin Huang again. Breaking through the bloodline's limit and reviving the giant bloodline was the wish of all the giants. Could Lu Yin stop this? Qin Huang did not seem like a good communicator, but he was no fool. He could see the advantage of Ku Wei's bloodline. If Ku Wei's bloodline was used to break through the bloodline's limit, then the giants would respect him from the bottom of their hearts. There was no way around this. Ku Wei's bloodline came from Ku Wei, and his bloodline was the source. Countless years later, Ku Wei would be the progenitor to the giants' descendants. This was the progenitor's bloodline. Lu Yin could give up and allow the giant bloodline to continue in its current state, but the giant bloodline might never be able to break through the bloodline's limit again. This was a difficult problem. Lu Yin was glad that he had not immediately taken out progenitor Chen's blood. With Ku Wei's bloodline he could truly control these giants. Where else could he find such a good deal? He looked at Ku Wei with a gaze full of admiration. Who would have thought that someone who called himself Brother Wei and had almost been executed by the Ku family would have such a day? Lu Yin had not lost out on taking in this disciple. Ku Wei saw Lu Yin staring at him and subconsciously flashed a fawning smile. Lu Yin's expression changed. Maintain your prestige in front of those giants in the future. Don't smile, got it? Ku Wei nodded. He was not stupid and he could tell what Lu Yin was thinking. He felt that today was a turning point in his life. Alliance Master Lu, how did little brother Ku Wei undergo such a huge change? Qin Kong asked Lu Yin seriously as he thought of this question. Qin Huang also stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not avoid the topic. I just remembered that I had a bottle of blood that I obtained from progenitor Chen's tomb. I didn't know if it was progenitor Chen's, so I gave it to him to try. If he was lucky, it really was progenitor Chen's blood. Qin Huang and Qin Kong both exclaimed, "Progenitor Chen's blood? Is there more?" Qin Huang asked anxiously. Lu Yin shrugged. "Sorry, there's no more." Qin Huang was disappointed. Qin Kong did not believe him and whispered, "Alliance Master Lu, progenitor Chen's blood is very important to the giant bloodline. If there's more, the giant financial group is willing to purchase it at a high price. How about 1.5 billion star essence?" Lu Yin's eyelids twitched and he almost agreed. However, reason prevailed. "You're overthinking it, President Qing. There's really no more." Qin Kong still did not believe him, but he had no way of forcing Lu Yin to hand it over. If he were in Lu Yin's position, he would not hand over progenitor Chen's blood either. Using Ku Wei's blood would allow him to break through the restrictions of the giant bloodline and also control them. Even an idiot would know what to do, and Lu Yin would not give up on the giant bloodline for 1.5 billion star essence. Qin Huang felt that it was a pity. "Alliance Master Lu, is there really no more progenitor Chen's blood?" Lu Yin replied, "Perhaps there's still some in progenitor Chen's tomb, but the place that I obtained it from is definitely gone, and I don't have any myself." He then pointed at Ku Wei. "His blood is enough for you to break through the restrictions and it won't consume much of it. The conditions are still the same, 200 giants for me to mobilize. How about that?" Qin Kong's mouth twitched. 200 giants? Once Ku Wei's blood allowed all the giants to break through the restrictions, then all of them would belong to the Great Eastern Alliance. Even if he could figure it out in the end, Qin Huang could not resist the temptation of becoming a true giant, and he allowed all the giants to absorb Ku Wei's blood. Ku Wei continued to draw blood and his head felt dizzy. He looked at the giants in the distance who were all staring at him with burning eyes. This feeling was not bad as these fellows were all his underlings. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. With so many giants here, they could scare anyone to death. Through Qin Kong, Lu Yin had learned that giants were born with the destructive power of an explorer. A single giant was so strong that it could crush a planet. Adult giants had the strength of a hunter, and some of them could even reach the strength of an enlighter. They were basically humanoid beasts, but that was all in terms of destructive power. Destructive power did not represent one's realm. Giants with the destructive power of an explorer could not be said to be able to roam the heavens. They could only be said to be able to survive in outer space. Of course, some giants could roam the heavens with a little bit of training. These giants had not undergone any training, and some of them could easily surpass 300,000 power levels and reach 400,000. They could even break through to become envoys. Chapter 1609. Back then, one of progenitor Chen's 9 clones had become part of the giant bloodline. From a young age until now, progenitor Chen's path of development had been different from the other giants. but it was very similar. Lu Yin had seen Progenitor Chen's memories, and he had seen Progenitor Chen competing with the other giants, including the Tomb Guardian. At that time, the giants in front of them could not be compared to the giants in front of them. However, as Ku Wei's blood fused with them, these giants would gradually regain their ancient strength. Alliance Master Lu, are we really going to recruit 200 giants into the Great Eastern Alliance army? Qin Kong asked. Lu Yin asked, what's the problem? These giants are all very powerful, so you won't lose out if you join my Great Eastern Alliance. Qin Kong explained, the Innerverse's commercial powers are different from the Outerverse. In the Outerverse can have the 4 great corporations which can surpass a Weave's leading power. However, this is impossible in the Innerverse. There are many Innerverse corporations, and in terms of wealth, some of them even surpass the 4 great corporations. However, they are all controlled from behind the scenes. For example, my giant financial group's profits are split among the flow zone's leading powers. Most importantly, there's a hand controlling us from behind the scenes, and that hand comes from Chaos God Mountain. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. He knew that the giant financial group had to have someone controlling them from behind, or else they wouldn't have been able to hide these giants so easily. However, he hadn't expected it to be Chaos God Mountain. The giant financial group was not close to the Chaos Flow Zone. Is Chaos God Mountain protecting you? Lu Yin asked. Qin Kong said in a low voice, it's a win-win situation. Chaos God Mountain only cultivates cultivation techniques, not battle techniques. They train their disciples to have abnormal instincts. We giants, on the other hand, are born with powerful physical bodies. Since ancient times, Chaos God Mountain has always kept an eye on the giants, so we have no secrets from them, including the giant bloodline. Every once in a while, the Chaos God Mountain will select a giant from this place to be used as a training tool. If we don't agree, we'll all be killed. We can't stop them. Lu Yin frowned. What about the Sword Sect and the others? Don't they know of your existence? Of course I do, but each of the 8 great flow zones has their own secrets. My giant financial group is Chaos God Mountain's secret, and we just don't interfere with each other's business. Qin Kong sighed. If it weren't for Chaos God Mountain's protection, we giants would have been secretly massacred by the expeditionary army. That's why we and Chaos God Mountain are using each other. I'm just saying this to tell you that if you meddle in the affairs of the giants, you'll attract trouble from Chaos God Mountain. Lu Yin did not care about Chaos God Mountain. He was more interested in the expeditionary army that Qin Kong had mentioned. Are you talking about the expeditionary army that belongs to the Hall of Honor? Qin Kong found it strange. Leader Lu, don't you know that Director Tsong Ying has some military power in the expeditionary army? This is also the reason why he was able to become a director. His ancestor has always been one of the biggest controllers of the expeditionary army. Back then, it was the expeditionary army that destroyed the Titan technology. The Hall of Honor was the true ruler of the Fifth Mainland. Aside from the top-notch experts and the various large organizations that belonged to the Hall of Honor, the Hall of Honor also had its own army, which was the Beast Destroyer Army, the Guardian Army, and the Expeditionary Army. The Beast Destroyer Army guarded the border between the human domain and the astral beast domain all year round. They were the only army at the border that was not under the command of the Commander-in-Chief. As the name implied, the Guardian Army was an army that protected the Glory Realm and the Realm Mountain. The Expeditionary Army was another sharp blade of the Hall of Honor. Nominally, they were there to suppress the Neo-Human Alliance, but in reality they could be deployed to the entire Fifth Mainland. If the Hall of Honor wanted to destroy someone, the Galactic Arbitration Institute would not have to act, but the Expeditionary Army would. This was an army composed of explorers at the very least, and it was also the model for Lu Yin's invincible army. He didn't. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It was no wonder why Tsong Ying had the confidence to challenge the Great Eastern Alliance, influence the continent's shipping routes, and get the Innerverse various powers to cooperate with her. So you're saying that Chaos God Mountain is secretly protecting the giants and guarding against the Expeditionary Army, while you giants provide them with resources and cultivation resources. Is that right? Lu Yin asked. Qin Kong nodded. The relationship isn't complicated. Although the Expeditionary Army is powerful, they still need the cooperation of the 8 great flow zones in the Innerverse. Otherwise, it will be difficult for them to succeed. They aren't the Galactic Arbitration Institute. Once the giants are exposed, Chaos God Mountain and the Expeditionary Army will cause trouble for the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin acted as if he hadn't heard Qin Kong's words and he changed the topic. How many giants are there in Chaos God Mountain? Qin Kong did not understand why Lu Yin was asking this. A few dozen, not many. Then how long until we send the giants to Chaos God Mountain again? How many? Lu Yin asked seriously. Qin Kong's eyes flashed. What does Alliance Leader Lu mean? I'm just curious. Is it inconvenient for you to tell me? Lu Yin asked. Qin Kong thought about it. It won't be long before we send the giants again. About a month or so and there will be less than 10 of them. 10 of the giants that were sent there will also be returned. Lu Yin thought of a possibility. The possibility of taking over Chaos God Mountain. Chaos God Mountain was the leading power of the 8 great flow zones and controlled the darkness of the Innerverse. They had connections with countless powers and their every move was being watched. Lu Yin had originally not planned to target them, but the matter of the giants had given him hope. After so many years the giants had not been exposed, which proved that Chaos God Mountain had concealed them well. Since Chaos God Mountain could secretly control the giants, why couldn't the giants secretly control Chaos God Mountain as well? Chaos God Mountain had the ability to conceal the giants' movements, which was equivalent to giving them an opportunity. In the past the giants had not been able to do so, but now that they had Lu Yin things were different. When he thought about this, Lu Yin felt that his plan was more feasible. He avoided Qin Kong and contacted Wei Rong directly. Wei Rong's eyes flashed. There's a certain possibility. The giants cannot be exposed. This is Chaos God Mountain's secret, and it's to guard against the Expeditionary Army. Even if the giants decide to revolt, Chaos God Mountain will definitely do its best to conceal them. With this foundation, it's not impossible to take control of Chaos God Mountain. The only problem is whether we can quickly suppress Chaos God Mountain's top powerhouses. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Chaos God Mountain's top powerhouse was called Songzhou, and Lu Yin had seen him more than once. He was a powerhouse with a power level of over 700,000, and with Flying Willow's strength he could suppress him. The rest were enlighters. The leading powers of the 8 great flow zones had emissaries, but there were not many of them. Even the Day-Night clan only had Night King Dijiang. Lu Yin did not believe that Chaos God Mountain had a second emissary. When he thought about the possibility of controlling Chaos God Mountain, one of the leading powers of the 8 great flow zones, Lu Yin became excited. He had destroyed the Blaze Realm, but they only controlled a third of the Blazing Mist flow zone, which was not on the same level as Chaos God Mountain. Once he gained control of Chaos God Mountain, the Great Eastern Alliance would have a foundation in the Innerverse. More importantly, no one would know that he was in control of Chaos God Mountain. With Chaos God Mountain as a starting point, he would be able to conquer the entire Innerverse and point his sword at the Cosmic Sea and Neoverse. All of this depended on whether or not he could control Chaos God Mountain. Before this, all he could do was wait patiently and allow the Great Eastern Alliance to hide in the Fennel Flow Zone and not make any moves for fear of attracting attention. He could only slowly plan for the future, but now he finally had a direction. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Dealing with Chaos God Mountain was left to Wei Rong, and the overall situation was left to Wang Wen. The most important thing was that Lu Yin absolutely could not expose himself. Once the fact that he had dealt with Chaos God Mountain was exposed, the entire Innerverse would band together to resist him, and controlling the Innerverse would become even more difficult. After a few days, the entire giant bloodline, with the exception of Chen Huang, had all absorbed Ku Wei's blood. They all looked at Ku Wei as if he was their ancestor. Although Ku Wei was weak, he was still very satisfied. He had never enjoyed such gazes in his entire life, and he had subconsciously become complacent. However, Lu Yin woke him up with a slap. "Master, why did you hit me?" Ku Wei shrieked. Lu Yin glared at him. "Cultivate a good relationship with these giants. I'll leave the Great Eastern Alliance's first giant army to you." Ku Wei grinned. "An army? All right, Master, don't worry. Our giant army will definitely be the most valiant army in the Great Eastern Alliance." That would not happen. Lu Yin thought about the invincible army that he wanted to form, and after some comparison he realized that his army's foundation would definitely not be as good as the giant armies. However, when combined with various external items, they would be able to put up a fight, and they would have an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. 200 is too little. Think of a way to get more giants to join the army. Lu Yin softly instructed Ku Wei before going to find Qin Huang. Qin Huang sat there like a mountain as he faced the setting sun with a melancholy expression. The melancholy of a giant that was 10,000 meters tall was too contagious. Patriarch Qin Huang, why haven't you broken through your bloodline's limits? Lu Yin asked as he sat down beside Qin Huang. Qin Huang moved slightly, causing the world to tremble. Someone has to remain clear-headed. Lu Yin's gaze shifted. Patriarch, what are you worried about? Qin Huang lowered his head to look at Lu Yin. Can you promise me that my giant blood will not be spilled for nothing? Lu Yin looked into the distance. My future enemies will be the enemies of all of humanity. I can promise you this, Patriarch. My goal is for the sake of all of humanity. That's good, Qin Huang said, and then he fell silent. Lu Yin left. Qin Huang was a sensible person, and for the sake of his pure bloodline, he had no choice but to allow the giant bloodline to accept Ku Wei's bloodline. He himself would become the last impure giant and the last witness to the giant's transition. Lu Yin still felt that it was a pity. With Qin Huang's strength, once he broke through his bloodline's limits, he would be able to touch the bottleneck of an envoy. He might even break through and become the first giant to reach that level in this era. His power level would not be something that ordinary envoys could compare to. However, the remaining giants also gave Lu Yin a pleasant surprise. Aside from Qin Huang, there was another giant whose power level exceeded 300,000. With the fusion of Ku Wei's bloodline, that giant's power level was infinitely close to 400,000, which was slightly higher than Ku Wei's. His name was Qin Jian, and just like Qin Ji and the other giants, he looked at Ku Wei with reverence. As for the remaining giants, there were a total of 16 enlighters. The remaining adult giants were all hunters and the young giants were all cruisers. This was a very powerful force, and even the Hall of Honor's expeditionary army did not have that many enlighters. These were the giants, and Progenitor Qin had chosen to become enemies with the Daoist sect. This was one of the 9 clones of the giant race. One day when these giants grew to the size of a planet, that would be a spectacular sight. Thank you. Brother AI Xing Book Friend 568-39927. Please follow the wind for chapters a day. Thank you for your support, brothers. End of chapter. Chapter 1610. There was still a little more than a month before the giant would be sent to Chaos God Mountain. Lu Yin decided to stay at the giant financial group and wait for that day to arrive. During this time, Wei Rong was fully focused on making arrangements, and Ku Wei was one of the most important links. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, when Xianxia had contacted Lu Yin several times, but Lu Yin had not relented. He needed that landscape painting, and if the Wen family could not obtain it, then it either didn't exist or it was too important. No matter how important it was, Lu Yin believed that it would not be more important to the Wen family than Wen Xianxia. He believed that the Wen family would have a way. Lonely Old Fiend also contacted Lu Yin. The quality of the white smoke in the smokescreen mountains had been improved, and he was working hard to produce it. He sent Lu Yin the first batch of white smoke, and after that they would officially begin working together. Lu Yin had transferred many of the Invincible Army's rapid response forces and many experts. They had been training for a long time and they were just waiting for these foreign objects to join. Good news came one after another, and San Liang contacted Lu Yin to tell him that Wan Gong had made a breakthrough in his microarray technology. When Lu Yin had left Aurora Fort, he had given San Liang's contact information to Wan Gong. Since he was in the Outerverse, Wan Gong could not contact him directly, so he could only use San Liang. Now Wan Gong could compress some energy into the microarray technology and maintain the energy's original form. As long as he continued to improve, he would be able to compress the battle technique perfectly and turn it into something like the Splitting Heaven Array. Lu Yin was delighted. The white smoke combined with the microarray technology would become the Invincible Army's fixed equipment. He wanted any cultivator equipped with this equipment to be able to challenge those of a higher realm. In the future, this equipment would be simplified so that all human cultivators could use it to fight against the Eternals. The Astral Tree civilization had not made any progress against the Eternals in the past few years, so they would have to think of another way to defeat them. Good news came one after another and Lu Yin was in a good mood. However, bad news also followed. Yumu was dead. Lu Yin's mood plummeted when he saw the news of Yumu's death. Yumu was related to Astral Source pills, and Lu Yin was certain that Yumu had secretly hidden them away. But now that he was dead, there would be no more astral source pills. A screen opened and Broken White King appeared. "I'm sorry, Alliance Master." "What happened?" Lu Yin asked. Duanbai King shook his head. "I don't know the details either. Yumu died just like that without any warning." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "An assassination attempt? Impossible. Only an emissary would be able to assassinate Yumu right under my nose," Duanbai King said with certainty. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Shamrock Enterprises definitely had an emissary, but it should be that mysterious Leaf King. Lu Yin didn't quite believe that the Leaf King would come to the Outerverse to assassinate Yumu. "What's the cause of death?" Broken White King was distressed. "He was torn to pieces and died a horrible death." Yumu's death was definitely the work of Shamrock Enterprises, as no one else would have bothered to kill Yumu while he was under the protection of the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin didn't care about Yumu's life at all, but even if he had died, he would have needed to wait until he obtained the Astral Source pill. Now that he was dead, all of Lu Yin's efforts had been wasted. Furthermore, this person had died under the Great Eastern Alliance's protection, which was a huge slap to Lu Yin's face. Did this mean that the Great Eastern Alliance could not protect this person? Lu Yin's face gradually darkened. Duanbai King was apprehensive. In the past, he had been able to consider himself as Lu Yin's senior. Even though he was living under someone else's roof and had been respectful to Lu Yin, it had only been for show. Now that Lu Yin had returned to Xenu Star, that pressure had caused Duanbai King to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Duanbai King knew that this person could no longer be measured by age. Thus, every time he met Lu Yin, he would be extremely cautious. After ending the call, Lu Yin casually wrote in the void. Shamrock Enterprises, Aurora Corporation, Giant Financial Group, 6th Mainland, and so on. The 5th Mainland was currently in a state of chaos. On the surface, it seemed peaceful, but no one knew what was going on in the dark. Not even the Hall of Honor knew. There were some things that the Hall of Honor didn't know as much as Lu Yin. Shamrock Enterprises must have contacted the Autumn Frost family, and they must have believed the Autumn Frost family's words. Otherwise, how could they have known that Yumu was in the Great Eastern Alliance and on Xenu Star and even attempted to assassinate him? But how had the Autumn Frost family convinced them? And how had Shamrock Enterprises accurately located Yumu's location? Was it really an emissary? Lu Yin's mind was in a mess. Suddenly, he had an unlikely but most plausible guess. Yumu's death had not been an assassination attempt. When he thought of this, Lu Yin contacted Wang Wen. "Spread the news that Yumu died on Xenu Star." Wang Wen was astonished. "Are you serious? If it wasn't done by Shamrock Enterprises, then Yumu's death on Xenu Star is equivalent to admitting that you were the one who hid Yumu. Even if Shamrock Enterprises doesn't say anything, they won't let this matter go. It might cause trouble in the future. Even if they didn't say anything, it still wasn't done by Shamrock Enterprises. Do you think they'll believe us?" Lu Yin countered. Wang Wen muttered, "You said that Yumu might not have been assassinated. Then how did he die?" Lu Yin took a deep breath. "First of all, he definitely didn't commit suicide." Wang Wen agreed. "How could Yumu have committed suicide? If it was a homicide, then it must have been an emissary, but that's unlikely. Even if Shamrock Enterprises has an emissary, it should be the Leaf King. He's the leader of Shamrock Enterprises, so it's unlikely that he'd personally act. It's also impossible for someone else to assassinate Yumu. After eliminating all possibilities, there are only two." Lu Yin's expression grew serious. "First, there's a hidden emissary on Xenu Star who has a motive to kill Yumu." When this possibility appeared in Lu Yin's mind, the first person he thought of was Undying Yushan. When he'd first learned of the man's death, he hadn't been sure if he was truly dead. Then when he'd seen Undying Yushan appear in Eternal Kingdom, Lu Yin had no idea what this person wanted or where he was. This person had become a thorn in his side. The more hidden a person was, the greater their ambitions. Undying Yushan had been in hiding for more than 10 years and had even cooperated with the Neo-Human Alliance. No one knew what he was thinking. Second, Yumu died at the hands of Shamrock Enterprises. They have the ability to kill him regardless of his location. The second possibility was chilling as well. Shamrock Enterprises had always been mysterious, and if they had such power, then Lu Yin's fear of them would increase by several levels. Wang Wen said, That's why you released the news. You wanted to see how Shamrock Enterprises would react. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. They'll only have one reaction, and that's to question me. Regardless of whether Yu Mu died at their hands or not, they'll never admit to it. Then what's your goal in doing all this? Wang Wen was curious. He could see the big picture and was very smart, but even he couldn't guess what Lu Yin was thinking. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It's simple. I want them to know that I killed Yu Mu. Wang Wen blinked his eyes in confusion. Lu Yin answered seriously, I'm keeping this secret for them. The secret of the astral source pill can only be kept by me. I'm certain that Yu Mu's claims about the astral source pill are true, so I killed him to keep this secret for Shamrock Enterprises. They should be thanking me. Wang Wen was speechless. You're forcing them to do you a favor. Not only was this a favor, but Shamrock Enterprises had no choice but to accept it. Everyone knew that Yu Mu was dead, and once the matter of the astral source pill was exposed, who would believe that it was fake? They would think that someone had killed Yu Mu to silence him for the sake of the pill. Shamrock Enterprises could ignore the rumors if Yu Mu hadn't died, but now that he was dead, everyone would believe the words of a dead person. Lu Yin wanted Shamrock Enterprises to silence Yu Mu. I have to admit that I'm not as good as you when it comes to disgusting people, Wang Wen sighed. Alright, I'll do my own thing. He then hung up. News of Yu Mu's death spread without a hitch, and it spread far and wide. There was even a rumor that he had been silenced to hide a huge secret. A day later, Lu Yin received a call from Balsam. Her expression was calm, but her eyes burned with fury. Alliance Master Lu, do you really think Shamrock Enterprises is a toy that you can play with as you please? What do you mean? Lu Yin asked casually. She lowered her voice. Yu Mu is with you, but you said that he's with the Autumn Frost family. This caused Shamrock Enterprises and the Autumn Frost family to become enemies. The Autumn Frost family even thinks that we've captured one of their missing people. Alliance Master Lu, shouldn't you give us an explanation for Yu Mu's matter? Lu Yin leaned forward and said solemnly, I need compensation for Yu Mu. Balsam was stunned. Even someone like her who had been through countless storms, was stunned when she heard this. She couldn't react, as if she was facing a scoundrel. Yu Mu wanted to spread the secret of the astral source pill, so I silenced him. I've sacrificed a lot to help Shamrock Enterprises, Lu Yin said slowly, sounding exhausted. Balsam gritted her teeth. There is no astral source pill, Alliance Master Lu. Alright, since that's the case, let's not talk about it. By the way, the news about the astral source pill will soon spread. I hope that Shamrock Enterprises can give the outside world a reasonable explanation for this. For example, say that Yu Mu was joking. Lu Yin smiled before ending the call. Balsam was the president of Shamrock Enterprises Immerse, so she should have been very cultured. However, she had been forced to contact Lu Yin, even though she was furious. With Yu Mu's death, the news had spread like wildfire. If the astral source pill was exposed as well, it would be very disadvantageous for Shamrock Enterprises. Regardless of whether others believed it or not, they would all turn their attention to Shamrock Enterprises. The pressure from the Hall of Honor would be unbearable, and even the Leaf King would not be able to withstand it. Beep 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 beep. Lu Yin's gadget rang and he smiled as he accepted the call. Balsam's image appeared. Alliance Master Lu, what do you mean by this? She asked. Lu Yin calmly replied, Why are you asking me this now? Are you confident or just conceited? Balsam's gaze turned cold, but she didn't say anything. Lu Yin continued, Do you have the astral source pill or not? Balsam's fingers twitched. She wanted to say that she didn't have the pill, but she knew that she was lying to herself. Lu Yin would never believe her. I do, but I haven't developed it yet. Chapter 16:11. When he heard Balsam's reply, Lu Yin laughed. Give me 10 and don't tell me that you haven't developed them yet. Actually, I had an agreement with Yu Mu that he would give me one, but you guys were in a hurry to get rid of him, so this task fell on your shoulders. 10. That's impossible. Not to mention that we haven't developed it yet. Even if we did, there's no way we'd give you 10. Lu Yin nodded. Alright, then let everyone know about the astral source pill. Shamrock Enterprises will become the center of attention of the entire universe, and not just the fifth mainland. Her eyes narrowed. But I can only give you one. That's the limit. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he thought for a moment. 3. She took a deep breath. All right. I'm at the giant financial group. Send it here. Lu Yin ended the call and his expression changed. He was no longer as casual as before. He had purposely said that Yumu had been dealt with by Shamrock Enterprises, and she hadn't denied it. That had been a subconscious admission. He was certain that Yumu had died at their hands. How had they done it? Lu Yin suddenly felt uneasy, and he immediately contacted Cleaving White King to have him send him all the characteristics of Yumu's death. At the same time he continued to investigate the cause of Yumu's death. He had to uncover the truth behind Yumu's death, or else he would feel uneasy. Elsewhere in Shamrock Enterprises headquarters, Balsam ended her call with Lu Yin. Her angry expression disappeared and she regained her icy demeanor. I'll give it to you if you want, but that depends on whether you're alive to use it. No one was stupid. Lu Yin believed that he had uncovered Shamrock Enterprises' secrets and that everything was under his control. However, Balsam had also gone along with his wishes. As the president of the Innerverse, she was clearly not an ordinary person. Lu Yin was confident that he could control Shamrock Enterprises, but Balsam was also confident that she could turn the tables. In the easternmost part of the Innerverse, President Han welcomed a long-awaited guest in erudite Flozone's Lost Radiance Academy, Wen Zizai, the head of the Wen family. What are you doing here instead of sweeping the floor? President Han wasn't polite with Wen Zizai as he knew why he had come. Wen Zizai was the head of the Wen family, but he liked sweeping the floor as a form of training. Hearing President Han's words, Wen Zizai didn't mind. Since the younger generation can't do it, an old man like me has to do it. How about it? Give me some face. President Han shook his head and said solemnly, I'm not lying to you. There really is a landscape painting. Back then Chong'er saw it and tried to draw it, but it was also because of this that he was killed. Wen Zizai was puzzled. What is the origin of that landscape painting? Even the Wen clan doesn't know about it. President Han sighed. That painting was left behind a long time ago and it was protected by my Han family. For some reason, it disappeared into the river of history. All I know is that every member of the Han family has to protect this painting. Chong'er only saw it by coincidence. Old friend, this painting is very important and it can't be given to anyone else. How did Lu Yin know? When Zizai was puzzled. President Han's expression changed slightly. That's what I want to know as well. Apart from me, no one else in the Han clan knows about it. Even you don't know about it, so how does he know? He said that Han Chong had used this technique during the astral combat tournament. Could he have seen the remnant painting before? When Zizai guessed. President Han frowned as he wasn't sure either. Do you think that Chong'er's death has anything to do with him? When Zizai solemnly replied, it should have. Otherwise he wouldn't have asked for it so brazenly. President Han nodded with a complicated expression. When Zizai looked at him. Do you know what conditions Lu Yin offered in exchange for my Wen family's help in obtaining this painting? What conditions? Even you can't refuse, President Han asked. Wen Yao had asked for the painting before, but he had immediately refused without even asking for the reason. Now that even Wen Zizai had stepped forward, he was truly curious. Wen Zizai's voice was low as he answered, literary prison. It's a cultivation technique that my Wen family has lost. President Han was shocked. No wonder you're here. Wen Zizai stared at him. As long as my Wen family exists, your Han family will have nothing to worry about. If my Wen family disappears one day, then forget about that landscape painting, your Han family might not even be able to survive. You and I are here, so don't ever forget. Besides, Han Chong's death is enough to prove that someone in the outside world has set their sights on the landscape painting. Someone who could secretly kidnap Han Chong from Lost Radiance Academy must not be simple. It's very likely that they're from the Neo-Human Alliance. I'm not confident in being able to stop them. What are you trying to say? President Han's tone was unpleasant. When Zizai sighed. Hand it over. Consider it repaying the kindness of my Wen family for taking care of your Han family for so many years. President Han's body trembled and he painfully closed his eyes. Not long after, when Zizai personally contacted Lu Yin. This was not his first time speaking with Lu Yin, and each time he felt something different. This time, however, he could not see any reverence or respect in Lu Yin's eyes for an emissary powerhouse. Instead, he felt as if they were on the same level. Alliance Master Lu, since you want the landscape painting so badly, you should know how important it is. Now the conditions need to change. I'll hand it over to you and you'll hand over Wen Zizai to me, Wen Zizai said directly, wanting to take the initiative. After that, Lu Yin ended the call and stopped talking. Wen Zizai frowned and answered again. Alliance Master Lu, what do you mean? You don't want to talk? Lu Yin casually replied, Senior Wen, it seems like you're the one who doesn't want to talk. It's just a painting and you want to exchange it for the Wen family's chance to become a top power in the Innerverse in the future? Do you think it's possible to exchange it for the Wen family's missing inheritance? Wen Zizai stared into Lu Yin's eyes, unable to tell if Lu Yin was telling the truth or not. Did he know how important this landscape painting was? In the Han family's eyes, it was a treasure. Alliance Master Lu, don't you know how important this landscape painting is? Wen Zizai shouted. I don't, Lu Yin replied directly. Wen Zizai was stunned as if he had misheard. What did you say? Lu Yin generously replied, I don't know, so I want to take a look. However, if your Wen family isn't sincere, then I won't take it. Even though Wen Zizai had lived for many years, he still found it difficult to respond. Negotiations were based on both parties' recognition of the conditions. If one party held the absolute initiative, then it would not be a negotiation, but rather an extortion. Lu Yin was currently extorting the Wen family. He did not care how important this landscape painting was. In any case, if the Wen family wanted Wen Zizai, then they had to give him the painting. As for whether it was important or not, he did not care. He would get it first. Wen Zizai ended the call, unable to continue the discussion. Lu Yin did not understand what this landscape painting represented. In fact, he did not know either, but the Han family's attitude made it clear to him that this item was more important than their lives. If such an important item was only a prerequisite, then there was no need to continue the discussion. Before the end of the discussion, Wen Zizai asked Lu Yin to change his conditions, but Lu Yin refused. He had not thought of what he wanted. Wen Zizai was sullen. If it had been anyone else, he would have had 10,000 ways to take the initiative and force the other party to negotiate. However, he could not do anything to Lu Yin. This person's background was too powerful and he had no obvious weaknesses. There was nothing that Wen Zizai could do to him. The Wen family was forced into an absolute passive position in the negotiations with Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin was not in a hurry to negotiate, which made the Wen family helpless. Even Wen Zizai, the family head, was useless. After experiencing the Astral Tree expedition, Lu Yin was no stranger to emissaries. He had long since lost his respect for them. He had killed many of them. Negotiations with the Wen family had failed for the time being, and Lu Yin quietly waited for the day when Chaos God Mountain's people would come to the giant financial group. A giant mountain roamed through the heavens, and regardless of whether one looked at it from a distance or close up, it was still a mountain. One giant after another entered the mountain and disappeared without a trace. Qing Kong looked at the mountain and felt a little nervous. He did not know what Lu Yin was planning, but he knew that Ku Wei had been thrown into the mountain after transforming into a giant. This meant that Lu Yin was definitely planning something big. Qing Kong could not help but look to the side where an elder was looking at the mountain with his hands clasped behind his back. His name was Song Song and he was an elder of Chaos God Mountain. He was in charge of every visit and his power level was over 400,000. Song Song coughed and clutched his chest. When the sixth mainland had invaded, he had been struck by an imprinter's palm while transporting goods. He had been lucky enough to survive, but he had been left with an illness that could not be cured. President Qing, I'll be taking these people with me, Song Song said, sounding a little tired. Qing Kong nodded and did not say a word. The giant financial group was protected by Chaos God Mountain, but they were also exploited. They had no freedom at all. Song Song did not care about Qing Kong's attitude. He leaped up the mountain and entered. A total of 10 giants stood there quietly. The mountain was hollow and it was incomparably huge. The giants were thousands of meters tall, but they did not even reach half of the mountain's height. Ku Wei looked at Song Song. Suddenly the mountain collapsed and the giants were pressed down. Ku Wei was the same and he almost reverted back to his original form. Stay like this until we reach Chaos God Mountain. This is to prevent you from destroying the mountain, Song Song said. He then turned around and left without even looking at the giants. Ku Wei gritted his teeth as his entire back was pressed down by the mountain. This mountain was not ordinary and it was not just its weight. Even someone like Ku Wei, who had surpassed an enlighter, found it difficult to resist. This was a weapon specially made by Chaos God Mountain to suppress giants. The giant mountain moved towards the Chaos Flow Zone at a rather fast speed. The giant financial group was not too close to the Chaos Flow Zone, but it was not too far either. There were several smaller flow zones and the Spirit Seal Flow Zone in between. Behind the mountain, Lu Yin and Lu Yefei followed closely behind, heading towards the Chaos Flow Zone. A few days later, the mountain encountered a giant spacecraft. Lu Yin had seen the insignia on it before, and it belonged to the Blackbeard pirates that he had encountered before. After encountering the mountain, the Blackbeard pirates clearly recognized it, and they immediately turned around and left. However, the mountain accelerated and crashed into them. Lu Yin could clearly see from behind that the Blackbeard pirates had been smashed to pieces. Quite a few explorers had tried to escape, but they had been killed by the cultivators from Chaos God Mountain. Chapter 16:12. Lu Yin was puzzled. The Blackbeard pirates were the uncrowned kings of Chaos Flow Zone's pirates, and they were very powerful. Since they were able to survive in Chaos Flow Zone, it was obvious that they had to maintain a good relationship with Chaos God Mountain. How had they been destroyed in a single exchange? In the distance, a figure was fleeing in fear. Lu Yin saw it and was shocked to see that it was the Mad Viper Knight. This person could be considered one of the people who had changed Lu Yin's fate. If not for the Mad Viper Knight, Lu Yin would not have been able to severely injure Zhou Day Knight, and he would not have gone to the pirate port. He would not have been thrown onto Drift Charge Planet like a piece of white meat, and he would not have met that elder there. The Mad Viper Knight had changed Lu Yin's fate, but he was still Lu Yin's enemy. A rock distorted the void and viciously smashed into the Mad Viper Knight's head, piercing through it. The Mad Viper Knight's body slowly collapsed and floated in outer space. The mountain then continued moving towards Chaos Flow Zone. Lu Yin used his gadget to find out that the Blackbeard pirates had been destroyed by Chaos God Mountain a year ago, and the one who had just escaped had been a lucky pirate. He sighed ruefully. The Blackbeard pirates that he had once looked up to had been so weak, but now he even dared to scheme against Chaos God Mountain. Perhaps in another 10 years his status would be different again. After passing through Spirit Seal Flow Zone 2 days later, the mountain finally entered Chaos Flow Zone, and they were very close to Chaos God Mountain. When the enormous black mountain entered his vision, Lu Yin's expression changed. He had arrived at Chaos God Mountain, which was the ruler of the Innerverse dark organizations. When the Sovereign Tournament had been held in Chaos Flow Zone, the Hall of Honor had forced Chaos God Mountain to purge the entire Chaos Flow Zone. Chaos God Mountain had not disappointed, and they had cleaned up the entire Chaos Flow Zone, making everyone realize how terrifying this colossus was. Lu Yin had once considered Chaos God Mountain a colossus, but now Chaos God Mountain's strongest powerhouse was not so unreachable in his eyes. Chaos God Mountain was completely black and glossy as if it had been polished. It stretched far into the distance, and stars rotated between the mountains, flowing with brilliance. Above a giant black dome, Ku Wei and the other giants walked out and looked around curiously. A few giants protected Ku Wei in the center, and he hurriedly signaled for them to move aside. If they saw through him, they would be finished. In the distance there was also a group of giants looking at them. Compared to them, the giants were much shorter. After fusing with Ku Wei's bloodline, the giant financial group's great giants had grown much taller. Chaos God Mountain had thought that the great giants they had brought back were the strongest of the great giants, but in reality they could only be considered average. Even so, they were still larger than the great giants in front of them. If Chaos God Mountain truly saw all of the giants that had undergone bloodline fusion, they would definitely be shocked and feel apprehension. On the other side, one of the giants looked on in confusion. Little Chin Chin, how did you grow so big? The giant at the side also looked over curiously, but no one paid attention to them. The black dome was flat and the ground was incomparably hard. As the 10 giants walked out, stone pillars rose from the surroundings, completely isolating this place. A group of Chaos God Mountain cultivators stood at the top. They were all experts. One of the enlighters looked fervently at the new giants and leaped down. I can't wait any longer. I want to test the quality of this batch. He then stepped into the void and punched one of the giants. The giant watched the tiny human charge at it, but it did not dodge. Ku Wei pretended to sprain his ankle and pushed the giant away, causing it to evade the enlighter. One punch. The punch caused the void to explode, and a huge shockwave caused the surrounding giants to retreat. They looked on in shock as a tiny human could explode with such terrifying strength. The Enlighter turned to stare at the giant and punched out again. This time the giant knew how powerful it was and it raised its hand and slapped down. Adult giants all had the strength of a hunter, and because of their size and strength, their destructive power was slightly greater. However, because of their enormous size, they were at a disadvantage in battle. Destructive power was one thing but battle was another. The Enlighter from Chaos God Mountain was strong enough to use his star energy to force the giant back, but the Enlighter had used his physical body to resist the attack, and he had been slapped to the ground. The Enlighter then leaped up again and charged at the giant. The giant slapped down again, but this time the Enlighter dodged. This was what Chaos God Mountain's cultivators needed to train, and it was an instinctive reaction of the body. At the top, Zhongyi looked down at Ku Wei. Others might not have noticed what had just happened, but he had. Ku Wei had tripped the giant, which had allowed the giant to avoid the first punch. Otherwise, that punch would have been enough to make the giant suffer. This giant is interesting. Zhongyi leaped down and appeared in front of Ku Wei. Come spar with me. Ku Wei's face was calm as he raised his hand and slapped out, but Zhongyi easily dodged. Zhongyi was an Enlighter with a power level of over 300,000. Which was enough to rank him in the top 5 of Chaos God Mountain. Originally, he did not need to train with a giant like Ku Wei who was barely an Enlighter, but he was very interested in Ku Wei. Ku Wei did not disappoint him and his attacks were much more agile than the other giants. However, no matter how agile he was, he could not hit Zhongyi and he was beaten up miserably. The group of giants that had followed Ku Wei did not act rashly because of their orders, but when they saw Ku Wei being beaten up, their eyes gradually turned red. Ku Wei was also sullen. If he could display his true strength, then Zhongyi would not be his match. He could fight against the 10 arbiters, and each of the 10 arbiters could fight against a powerhouse with a power level of around 400,000. However, because of the plan, he could only endure and endure. There was a thump as Zhongyi punched Ku Wei's chin. Even though Zhongyi was small, the punch still sent him flying and he crashed into the mountain wall. Taking a beating was a skill, as one had to ensure that they did not suffer any serious injuries. They also had to make their opponents tired, satisfied, and bored. Only then could the fight end quickly. Ku Wei also had to ensure that he did not retaliate and that he did not know any battle techniques. The giants did not know any battle techniques, but they could cultivate battle force. It was a pity that the giants of the giant financial group were protected and did not have the courage to cultivate battle force. Ku Wei was beaten up for a full hour, and on the other side, Lu Yin had also entered Chaos God Mountain's territory. Chaos God Mountain was not sealed off. It was just that the sect itself was isolated from the outside world. There were many planets around the mountain for the families of the sect's disciples and those who had come to Chaos God Mountain to rest. There were also various training grounds, trading grounds, and so on. The biggest difference between Chaos God Mountain and the other powers of the 8 Great Flow Zones was that it controlled the darkness of the Innerverse. Here there was a place that specialized in trading things that could not be seen in the light of day. It was commonly known as Refugee Street, and it was similar to the Neoverse Black Street. However, there was no trash here. Lu Yin's group of 3 concealed their cultivations as they walked along Refugee Street. Lu Yin was no stranger to this place. He had not only been to the Black Street but he had also been to the ocean. He had also been to a pirate's port, and he had also been to an interstellar pirate gathering. He had experienced everything and he missed everything here. Unfortunately, he did not have a local to lead the way, so he was not too familiar with this place. Lu Yefei was not interested in this place and she quickly separated from Lu Yin. The 3 of them together were too conspicuous. There was a dark yellow sun above Refugee Street, which made the entire place seem dusky. The pedestrians on the street were wary of each other, and Lu Yin had already encountered 3 waves of robberies while walking here. There was no order in this place at all. Miserable wails were accompanied by unbridled laughter, which was a unique melody to this place. It was a place that displayed the ugly side of human nature. Anything that could not be seen in the light of day was traded on this street. There were many disciples from great powers here, and there were even more disciples from Chaos God Mountain. However, they all hid their appearances as they did not want to be recognized. Any random item here could be implicated in a murder case. Lu Yin had not come here to play and he had no interest in this place. He was here to find someone from the Fishermen's Club. The Fishermen's Club was a loose organization, and it could not really be considered an organization. It was just a group of people who loved to fish in the Astral River, and it was a platform for them to interact with each other. Since the Great Eastern Alliance controlled the Astral River arc, the Fishermen's Club had to make contact with the Great Eastern Alliance in order to obtain the freedom to fish in the Astral River. Over time, the Great Eastern Alliance had gained a good understanding of the Fishermen's Club, and they knew that the strange fish that the Fishermen's Club caught from the Astral River would be sold to various parts of the Innerverse. Chaos God Mountain also had such fish. The more precious a strange fish was, the more it would be sold to powerful organizations. Back then, the fruit fish had been sold to the Day-Night clan. Now, someone from the Fishermen's Club had caught a strange fish that was rumored to be the favorite of Chaos God Mountain's elder Xianxia. He would be bringing it to Chaos God Mountain in a few days, and that person was the one that Lu Yi needed to impersonate. Chaos God Mountain had kept the existence of the giant under wraps for many years, so if Lu Yi wanted to enter, he would have to either force his way in or find a way to sneak in. These were the most likely methods. Forcing his way in was impossible, as that would be equivalent to exposing the giant's existence, which would be disadvantageous to him. Lu Yi did not know how Wang Wen had managed to get that person to agree to his impersonation, but he did not need to know. Not long after, Lu Yi found that person in a corner of the street, and that person also saw Lu Yi. "This is the fish. I was supposed to deliver it today, but I delayed it by a day. Someone from Chaos God Mountain will come and take you in tomorrow." The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression. This was the person that Lu Yi needed to impersonate. Lu Yi took the fish and looked at the man with interest. "Your Fishermen's Club fishes in the Astral River all year round. What's the strangest fish you've ever caught?" The man looked at Lu Yi in astonishment. He did not know who this person was, but he knew that the threat from the Great Eastern Alliance meant that this person had to impersonate him to enter Chaos God Mountain. He knew that he would no longer be able to establish himself in the Fishermen's Club after this, and he was in a bad mood. "There are all kinds of fish," he said before leaving. He was not in the mood to chat with Lu Yi any longer. Lu Yi did not mind and looked at the strange fish in his hand. It was indeed very strange. It actually had 2 heads, 3 tails, and was half a meter long. Would a fish like this taste good? He walked to the entrance and looked at Chaos God Mountain. He was truly different from before. Even during the Sovereign Tournament, he had not dared to plot against Chaos God Mountain. Now, Chaos God Mountain only had an envoy, which was a slightly more powerful power. It was not a big deal. The existence of the flying willow flower gave him a lot of confidence. Chapter 16:13. The next day, a female disciple from Chaos God Mountain came to meet Lu Yi. Lu Yi had already disguised himself as that man, and with his current strength, no one from Chaos God Mountain could see through his disguise unless it was Zhou. "Let's go. Elder Xianxia is waiting for you," she said. Lu Yi was stunned. "You?" She pointed outside. "It's not just you. There's another person from your Fishermen's Club who wants to sell fish. You should know him." Lu Yi followed her gaze and saw a familiar black-faced uncle. His expression changed. Wasn't this the uncle who had cooked fish on Night King Planet? The man looked at Lu Yi and his expression changed as well. He smiled. "Sixth bro, I didn't expect to run into you here. What fish did you catch?" Lu Yi raised the bucket in his hand. "Elder Xianxia's favorite. What about you?" The man looked at the bucket in Lu Yi's hand and frowned. "Sixth bro, how many times have I told you that you can't keep fish like this? It'll affect the taste. What if Elder Xianxia isn't satisfied with it?" He then looked at the female disciple. "Wait for us. I'll help him rearrange the fish." "Hurry up," the female disciple said impatiently. She had no interest in the fish. The man brought Lu Yi back into the house, and his expression changed as he stared into Lu Yi's eyes. "Who are you?" Lu Yi was stunned. "I'm sixth bro." "What?" The man sneered. "Who's sixth bro?" Lu Yi raised his brows. "Meng Yi. You haven't forgotten my name, have you?" Meng Yi was the name of the person Lu Yi had disguised himself as. The man's eyes narrowed. "I don't know who sixth bro is." Lu Yi understood that the man had made up the name sixth bro to test him. "How did you know?" The man snorted. "Our Fishermen's Club fishes in the Astral River all year round, and our auras are different from ordinary people. We always have the smell of fish on us and it can't be removed no matter what we do. It's our biggest headache, but you don't have that smell. Lu Yin was helpless. I'm just unlucky to run into you. The man suddenly reached out and grabbed at Lu Yin's neck, intending to restrain him first. Lu Yin reacted at the same time, grabbing the man's hand and exerting force. The man's arm bent, and his entire body was pressed to the ground by Lu Yin. He was shocked. You. Lu Yin smiled. If you want to talk, then talk. Don't act rashly. Who are you? The black-faced man was shocked. He had a power level of over 300,000, and he was considered an expert even in the Innerverse and Outerverse. Even in Chaos God Mountain he could be ranked within the top 5. To many cultivators he was considered a hidden expert, but he had never expected to meet someone who could render him completely powerless. This person had actually disguised himself as someone from the Fisherman's Club, and he knew that things were not as simple as they seemed. Lu Yin restored his appearance and calmly looked at the dark-faced man. The dark-faced man's pupils shrank. It's you. Lu Yin loosened his grip and smiled. Long time no see. The fruit fish is delicious. Do you have more? The man frowned and rubbed his wrist in disbelief. When he had first met Lu Yin on Night King Planet, Lu Yin's battle with Night King Zhenwu had shaken the universe. However, it had only been a battle between the younger generation, and while Lu Yin might have been able to match up to the man, he might not have been able to defeat him. How much time had passed since then? This person had actually rendered him completely powerless. What do you want? The man asked. His tone was unpleasant, but it only served to increase his fear. He had caught another fruit fish on the Astral River Arc, but it had been snatched away by Tian Shao. He was not someone who did not fear death. Lu Yin replied, It has nothing to do with you. Don't expose me and everyone will be fine. Otherwise I won't let you walk out of Chaos God Mountain alive, and the Fisherman's Club will be prohibited from fishing in the Astral River. The man raged, You're using my identity as a member of the Fisherman's Club to cause trouble in Chaos God Mountain. They'll definitely target us and we won't have good days ahead of us. Do you think they'll have the ability to cause trouble for you in the future? Lu Yin casually asked before walking outside. Take the fish. When Lu Yin walked out he reverted back to Meng Yi's appearance. Behind him, the man could only helplessly pick up Lu Yin's fish and obediently follow behind. The female disciple of Chaos God Mountain did not feel anything strange, and she led Lu Yin and the man deeper into the mountain. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at the interior of Chaos God Mountain through a teleportation device. Along the way they saw many disciples cultivating. These disciples were all very outstanding, and they far surpassed the disciples nurtured by the various great powers of the Outerverse. Even Lu Yin felt that they were qualified to join the Astral Combat Academy. Xianxia had also shone brightly in the Astral Combat Academy's Astral Combat Tournament. Just as Lu Yin thought of Xianxia walked over. Lu Yin was speechless. Xianxia was just passing by. He was no longer a member of the younger generation, and he had become the youngest elder of Chaos God Mountain. Just as Lu Yin entered the interior of Chaos God Mountain, Ku Wei looked up from the Black Dome. The appointed time had arrived. Up ahead, a Hunter Realm disciple of Chaos God Mountain was fighting against a giant. While no one was paying attention, Ku Wei's body suddenly shrunk, and he arrived behind the giant that had previously been on Chaos God Mountain. He then flung the blood at them. Chaos God Mountain did not restrict communication between the giants, as they were not prisoners. To put it nicely, they were training with the disciples, but in reality they were not much better than prisoners. Fortunately, there were no restrictions on communication. The giants had already known what Ku Wei was about to do the previous day, and they had not stopped him. As the blood entered their bodies, a total of 20 giants began to change. There were 20 giants left on Chaos God Mountain, and the strongest among them was called Qinling. His cultivation had broken through 300,000 and he was about the same as Qinjian. When Ku Wei's blood entered his body, his reaction was the greatest and his body continuously grew taller. In the distance, the cultivators of Chaos God Mountain looked over in shock and confusion, as they did not understand what was happening to the giants. Song Yi was in charge of watching over the giants, but even he did not know what was happening. As he thought about it, he appeared in front of Qinling. What's going on? Qinling, what are you doing? Qinling's eyes went wide and a terrifying aura soared into the sky, causing the ground to crack. A slap sent Song Yi flying. Because Song Yi had cultivated for many years, he was able to avoid being hit directly, but he was still swept by the wind. His body slammed into a stone wall and he coughed up blood. He raised his head in shock. Qin Ling's strength should have been about the same as his, but this slap was something he had never endured before. Qin Ling's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Above his head, a mountain pressed down just like inside the mountain. This was Chaos God Mountain's method of suppressing the giants. Qin Ling's transformation made Chaos God Mountain unable to sit still. Qin Ling clenched his fist and punched out, ruthlessly smashing into the mountain. The mountain cracked slightly, and the other giants were forced to the ground like Qin Ling. Ku Wei exploded with all his strength, and he returned to his original height of 8,000 meters. He was about the same as Qin Ling, and he used the Ku family's one-finger Zen. Song Yi looked at Ku Wei as if he had seen a ghost. Since when did the giants know how to use battle techniques? With a cracking sound, the mountain broke apart. Song Yi's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly ordered the disciples of Chaos God Mountain to suppress the giants. Qin Ling, are you crazy? Do you want all the giants to die with you? We're the ones who helped you. Qin Ling slapped at Song Yi, who hurriedly dodged. Many disciples of Chaos God Mountain rushed down in an attempt to suppress the giants. The newcomers were still fine as they were not in their prime and they could not stop the disciples. However, the giants that had been left behind in Chaos God Mountain had become much stronger after receiving Ku Wei's blood, and they could no longer be suppressed by the disciples of Chaos God Mountain. There were even a few giants that had broken through to the Enlighter realm. Chaos God Mountain quickly received news of this, and various elders and experts were dispatched to the Black Dome. Song Song arrived as well, and he snorted as he stared at Qin Ling. Qin Ling, what are you trying to do? Chaos God Mountain has not mistreated you. Do you want the giant financial group to be destroyed? Qin Ling punched at Song Song, who coughed and faced Qin Ling head-on. Qin Ling's power level had broken through 400,000, and he was even stronger than Qin Jian. He was about the same level as Song Song, but the giants did not have any battle techniques or comprehended any battle force, so they did not have an advantage in battle. Song Song was also injured and could not display his full strength, so neither of them had the upper hand. Another elder with a power level of over 300,000 appeared on Chaos God Mountain, and Ku Wei faced him head-on. Song Yi ambushed Ku Wei from behind, but Ku Wei sneered and turned around to point at Song Yi. Brother Wei has tolerated you for a long time. The Ku family's finger tap had the ability to make enemies give up on attacking, and Song Yi was one such example. When faced with Ku Wei's finger, Song Yi was instantly unable to retaliate. Because Ku Wei was a giant, his finger was as large as a mountain, and it slammed into Song Yi and sent him flying. Song Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body slammed into the mountain wall like a pile of mud. His legs were bent and he was heavily injured. Ku Wei's back was attacked by another elder from Chaos God Mountain, but he only received a small scratch. He turned around and slapped out, "Get lost." That elder narrowly avoided the attack and stared at Ku Wei in shock. "Who are you?" Ku Wei grinned. "Captain of the Great Yu Empire's 10th Imperial Squadron, disciple of the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master, Ku Wei." The elder's expression changed. "You're one of Lu Yin's men?" The giants had gone berserk and Chaos God Mountain had sealed off the area as quickly as possible. Everything was as Lu Yin had expected, and Chaos God Mountain's blockade was watertight. At this moment, Lu Yin and the dark-faced man could no longer see Song Song. The female disciple looked up at the dome in shock. What was going on? Chaos God Mountain's experts moved out one after another, heading towards the dome. Without anyone else's help, Qin Ling and the rest would eventually be suppressed. The dark-faced man looked at Lu Yin as all of this had to be related to him. At that moment, the void trembled and Lu Yin's eyes trembled. The emissaries had taken action, and this was the fluctuation of an astral source. Astral sources swept out, and the star energy within everyone's bodies was unconsciously suppressed. However, this was useless against the Chaos God Mountain disciples and the giants, as they were adept at using their physical bodies. The astral source's suppression of star energy did not affect them much, but it was different for Ku Wei. He had been using his finger tap to attack that elder, but it had been forcefully obstructed. The void then split open and Song Zhou walked out with an ugly expression. He looked around and raised a hand, pressing down on the dome to suppress all the giants. With his strength he could easily do this. Chapter 16:14. Ku Wei looked up, his face pale. Master, why aren't you making a move? This is an emissary. I can't handle it. Song Zhou's palm landed, but suddenly willow leaves and petals appeared around him, trapping him. His expression changed. Who dares to be so impudent in my Chaos God Mountain? Come out. A powerful aura swept through the void and set Chaos God Mountain ablaze. These weren't real flames, but rather an explosive force that tore through the void. It formed a terrifyingly high temperature that was faintly discernible, shuttling back and forth between the real universe and the astral source universe. Following Song Zhou's attack, countless bursts of energy swept out and tore apart the peak of Chaos God Mountain like a black hole. The willow leaves and petals cracked apart. Lu Yi and Flying Flower walked out of the void with serious expressions on their faces. What terrifying physical strength, but you won't be able to escape. As they spoke, the two of them joined forces once again to strengthen Lu Yi and Flying Flower, reducing Song Zhou's range of movement. Song Zhou looked at Willow Leaf and Flying Flower and slapped out with both hands. Countless bursts of fiery energy blasted towards the two. The pressure descended, causing the giant and the Chaos God Mountain disciples to fall to the ground as they trembled in fear. This was the power of an emissary, and not just any emissary. Song Zhou's attack had not only intimidated the entire Chaos God Mountain, but it had also caused a disturbance in Chaos Flow Zone and stirred up the heavens. At the same time, 9-lined battle force appeared around Song Zhou's body, making him even more ferocious. Willow Leaf and Flying Flower looked at each other. Their strength was similar to Song Zhou's, but if they worked together, they could withstand 5 Tribulation Origin Stage powerhouses and fight against 4 Tribulation Origin Stage powerhouses. 4 Tribulation Origin Stage powerhouses had a power level of over 800,000, which Song Zhou clearly could not reach. However, trapping Song Zhou was also quite troublesome. Defeating him was easy, but capturing him was difficult. Lu Yin walked out of the void and arrived at the Black Dome. He looked up. Up ahead, several Chaos God Mountain disciples were surrounding an Enlighter Realm giant. One of them saw Lu Yin and shouted, "What are you looking at? Come and help." Lu Yin's face gradually changed back to his original appearance. As the disciple watched, his expression changed and he screamed, "Lu Yin." His shout alerted quite a few people, and many of the Chaos God Mountain disciples looked over. They saw Lu Yin and Song Shi among them. When Song Shi saw Lu Yin appear, he instantly understood many things. All of this had to be related to this person. Lu Yin's public image was that of a paragon of his generation, but he was also an ambitious overlord. He had appeared without a sound, and even an idiot would know that the giant's rampage had something to do with him. "What did you do, Lu Yin?" An old man charged at Lu Yin with an axe in hand. His body was branded with 6-lined battle force. Lu Yin didn't even look at them. His spiritual force swept out, sweeping across the entire Black Dome. Many of the Chaos God Mountain disciples who had rushed over swayed before collapsing to the ground. The elder in front of Lu Yin also collapsed to the ground. Spiritual force was the bane of Chaos God Mountain's cultivators. Lu Yin's spiritual force was very strong. He raised his head and looked at Song Zhou. Then his gaze turned cold. "White Knight, tribute." Song Zhou attacked the willow leaves and flying flowers in a frenzy, trying to break free. Suddenly his brain shook and his movements paused for a moment. In that instant, the willow leaves and flying flowers shrank rapidly. Willow leaves and flying flowers appeared one after another, completely trapping him and causing him to fall onto the Black Dome. Song Zhou glared angrily, but he couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. Lu Yi and Flying Flower landed and looked at him vigilantly. "Who are you? Why are you attacking my Chaos God Mountain?" Song Zhou barked, his eyes filled with killing intent as he stared at the two. Footsteps sounded behind him. "Senior Song Zhou, it's been a long time. Junior Lu Yin greets you." Song Zhou was stunned and he slowly turned around to see a familiar figure walking towards him. He was stunned, but then he gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Yin. "It's you." Lu Yin smiled. "It's been 2 years, but you're still as elegant as ever." Song Zhou bellowed, "I knew that you didn't have good intentions. I should have killed you back in the Chaos Flow Zone. Senior, even if you could turn back time, even if you could predict the future, You still wouldn't have been able to kill me 2 years ago. Lu Yin laughed. Song Zhou stared at Lu Yin. You were the one who planned the giant's rampage. You made my Chaos God Mountain seal itself off from the outside world, which helped you achieve your goal. You wanted to secretly control my Chaos God Mountain? Dream on. There are no cowards in my Chaos God Mountain, and none of us are afraid of death. Song Zhou quickly understood everything, and he hated himself for not realizing it earlier. They were the ones who had helped Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. I know that the cultivation of Chaos God Mountain's disciples is tough, and I know that you're not afraid of death. However, since I'm here, I won't return empty-handed. What are you planning to do? Song Zhou gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Yin. What he regretted the most right now was not carrying out the original plan. Why had he listened to Lu Yin's words, which had led to the collapse of Chaos God Mountain? He had been captured, and no one in Chaos God Mountain had been able to resist. No matter how many people had come, they had all been captured. Chaos God Mountain was one of the top powers of the 8 Great Flow Zones, but it was now under Lu Yin's control. Ku Wei shrunk his body and came to Lu Yin's side, panting heavily. Master. Lu Yin was about to speak when he sensed rune lines moving. He turned around and saw that Song Yi, who should have been lying on the ground, had recovered somewhat and was trying to escape. Lu Yin raised a hand and flicked his finger. A strong wind swept through the void and traveled through the astral source universe before finally piercing through Song Yi's legs. Song Yi howled as he fell to the ground. Song Zhou saw this and his expression changed. He stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. Your strength? Old brat, you still want to escape? Master, that's the old brat who beat me up all day. His name is Song Yi or something. Today Brother Wei ripped off his wings. Song Yi? Lu Yin pressed down on Ku Wei and looked at the miserable Song Yi in the distance with interest. This person was one of his goals in coming to Chaos God Mountain, and he had not expected to find him here. His luck was pretty good, and at least he had not been too heavy-handed. Go bring him here. Don't hurt him again. I have a use for him. Ku Wei was confused. Master, what use does that old brat have for you? Just do as I say, Lu Yin barked. Ku Wei acknowledged the order and headed towards Song Yi. Song Zhou did not understand and looked at the captured Song Yi. Lu Yin, what do you want? Do you want my Chaos God Mountain to join your Great Eastern Alliance? Impossible. Lu Yin waved a hand. Mr. Lu Yi, I'll leave him to you. Please keep an eye on him. Song Zhou roared. Lu Yin, there's no one in Chaos God Mountain who's afraid of death. However, we can cooperate with you, and we definitely won't make things difficult for the Great Eastern Alliance. Even if the entire Great Eastern Alliance moves into the Innerverse, we can still give you a place in Chaos Flow Zone. Lu Yin waved a hand and Mr. Lu Yi took Song Zhou away. The rest of the Chaos God Mountain disciples were also captured by the giant, especially Song Song, who had almost died. Another elder whose power level was over 300,000 had been unlucky and had been trampled to death by the giant. Lu Yin had everyone retreat, and then he met with Song Yi alone. Song Yi was lying on the ground, his legs crippled. He had also suffered a heavy blow from Ku Wei's Zen finger, and now he was only a breath away from death. I can let you live, and you can live very well, Lu Yin said slowly. Song Yi looked up and his eyes flickered. What do you want me to do? Lu Yin squatted down and looked at him. Do you agree or not? I agree, Song Yi replied with great difficulty. Lu Yin was amused. Song Zhou said that the disciples of Chaos God Mountain aren't afraid of death, but you don't even dare to say anything. Can you tell me why? Song Yi was bitter. Living is better than dying. Alliance leader Lu, you worked so hard to gain control of Chaos God Mountain, so how can you return empty-handed? Even if I die, there will be other disciples who will surrender to you and become your puppets. Lu Yin nodded and sighed. You're very open-minded. You really are one of the few traitors from the Fifth Mainland who joined the technocracy. That one sentence caused Song Yi's hair to stand on end, as if he had been struck by lightning. He stared at Lu Yin in a daze, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Yin smiled. Why? Are you surprised that I know? It's not just you. Many people from the Innerverse have joined the technocracy. No, the Sixth Mainland. I know all of them. Otherwise, why do you think I showed mercy to you and left you behind alone? Lu Yin then grabbed Song Yi's hair and said coldly, because I know that you're definitely afraid of death. You've even become a traitor, so what else can't you do? Song Yi lowered his head as sweat mixed with blood dripped down his face. His lips were cracked and he didn't know what to say. Lu Yin released his grip and took out a pill that had been upgraded before stuffing it into Song Yi's mouth. Tell me, who are you serving? Now that I know your bottom line, your only way out is to beg for mercy. Stubbornly resisting will only result in your death. There are many traitors in the Innerverse and they don't need you. How do you think the Sun family was destroyed? Also there's Wen Zhaoqing. Song Yi's heart sank when he heard Wen Zhaoqing's name. He closed his eyes and coughed twice. Madam Red. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Galloping Horse Manor, Madam Red? Song Yi nodded. More than 10 years ago, when the Innerverse and Outerverse were separated, the Sixth Mainland invaded. It was then that I learned that the one who had given me the order was Madam Red, one of the Sixth Mainland's Daoist sect's protectors. Before that, the one who had given me the order had always been First City in the Technocracy. First City was an extremely large city in the Technocracy. It was also a city that had been built by the Technocracy's mainframe under the control of the Sixth Mainland. It had been First City that had allied with the Sixth Mainland to attack the endless weaves of the Outerverse, and it had also been First City that had been at war with the humans for many years. Song Yi had betrayed the human domain and allied with the Technocracy, so he had naturally relied on First City. However, he had not expected that First City would be directly connected to the Sixth Mainland's Daoist sect. It seemed that it was not the Galloping Horse Manor that had made Song Yi betray the Fifth Mainland, but rather the Sixth Mainland's Daoist sect. Madam Red did not represent the Galloping Horse Manor, but rather the Daoist sect. When the Sixth Mainland invaded, the Grand Martial Realm easily massacred many cultivators and occupied Chaos Flow Zone. The Galloping Horse Manor even destroyed Astral 3. Did that have anything to do with you? Lu Yin asked. Song Yi's expression changed. It had nothing to do with me. I only told Madam Red the location of Astral 3. Everything else had nothing to do with me. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he really wanted to kill this person. Astral 3 had been destroyed, and the headmaster had died because of the Galloping Horse Manor. Back then, the Galloping Horse Manor had captured some of Astral 3's students and attracted the Innerverse cultivators to rescue them. If Lu Yin had not arrived at that time, those people would have all died. Chapter 16:15. Can you contact Madam Red? Lu Yin asked. Song Yi hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. If Song Yi could contact Madam Red, then this person would be very useful. He had not forgotten that Madam Red had captured the Sea King. Song Yi's existence was the best choice for Lu Yin to secretly control Chaos God Mountain. Those who could support the Black Dome were all elite disciples of Chaos God Mountain, and they had all gone into seclusion to cultivate. Song Zhou was also in seclusion, so Song Yi was enough to become Chaos God Mountain's spokesperson. Of course, this was only temporary. After a while it would definitely arouse suspicion. Chaos God Mountain lived up to its name as the leading power of the Chaos Flow Zone. It directly and indirectly controlled several hundred dark organizations, and there were more than 1 million disciples who directly belonged to Chaos God Mountain. There were also countless cultivators who obeyed Chaos God Mountain. In the past, Chaos God Mountain had been able to order a purge of the entire Chaos Flow Zone. Under Song Yi's leadership, Lu Yin obtained the wealth that Chaos God Mountain had accumulated over the years, which had yet to be used up. 2 billion star essence. The greater the power, the greater the expenses. Chaos God Mountain was the power that Lu Yin had seen with the most star essence, and this was also thanks to the dark organizations that they controlled. This was all money that could not see the light of day. Otherwise, they would not have been able to keep so much. 2 billion star essence. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. He was rich again. He now had a total of 3 billion star essence on him. He would only feel at ease if he had enough money. If not for the fact that he was afraid of causing chaos, he would have sold off the various materials and even power vessels that he had stored together with the star essence. Right, he would have also sold off all the dark organizations that he controlled, which would definitely be a huge sum. The black-faced man asked for a meeting with Lu Yin. He wanted to leave as he had personally witnessed the changes that had occurred at Chaos God Mountain. Even though his power level was over 300,000 and he had weathered many storms, he still found it hard to believe. One of the leading powers of the Innerverse, 8 great flow zones, had changed hands just like that, which made him feel uncontrollably nervous. Lu Yin patted the man's shoulder. Is Chaos God Mountain that beautiful? Why would you leave? Right, the Astral River has been sealed off recently, so you shouldn't go there. The man bitterly replied, Not for now. I just want to go home. Lu Yin smiled. There's no rush. Stay here for now and help me keep an eye on those people from Chaos God Mountain. My subordinates are all giants, so it's not convenient. The man wanted to refuse, but Lu Yin's grip on his shoulder grew tighter and tighter. He had no choice but to stay. He also knew that it would not be easy for him to leave. Lu Yin was secretly controlling Chaos God Mountain, so how could Lu Yin possibly allow him to leave and risk exposing himself? The black-faced man left and Lu Yin met with Zhou alone. Zhou was currently in a very sorry state. In order to prevent him from escaping, Big Sister Fei Hua had heavily injured him, making him look half dead. Senior, I'm really sorry. If I could, I wouldn't want to do this either, but this is a path I have to take, said Lu Yin indifferently. Zhou sighed, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth as he stared at Lu Yin. I've already said that no one in Chaos God Mountain is afraid of death. Even if you capture us, you won't be able to cover up the fact that something has happened to Chaos God Mountain. Chaos God Mountain cannot be without a leader for even a day. Correct. So Yi is now the master of Chaos God Mountain. Zhou's expression changed. Yi. Lu Yin smiled. Senior, you don't know this, right? Yi has been working with a city in the technocracy for many years. He's a trader of the Fifth Mainland. Impossible. Chaos God Mountain doesn't have such a person. Lu Yin shook his head. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. In any case, Yi is now working for me. He'll govern Chaos God Mountain well and no one will find out. Zhou's face turned red and the veins on his forehead bulged. He angrily asked, Where's Yi? I want to see him. There's no need for that. In any case, you don't have to worry about me not being able to control Chaos God Mountain. I'm only here to give you some peace of mind, Lu Yin said as he stared at Zhou's face. Of course he was not that bored. He had only come to see Zhou. He wanted to talk to Zhou and see if he had missed anything. After all, Chaos God Mountain was such a large organization that he might not be able to control it perfectly. At that moment Ku Wei walked in. Master, someone from the Longevity Legion is here. They're looking for Zhou. Lu Yin was confused. The Longevity Legion? He looked at Zhou. Why is the Longevity Legion looking for you? Zhou replied, They want to use Chaos God Mountain to find some fugitives to explore the Cosmic Sea. Every once in a while we'll send them a batch. Lu Yin understood. The Cosmic Sea was dangerous and they could not use their own people to explore it. Chaos God Mountain controlled Chaos Flow Zone, and they had many fugitives under them. It was normal for them to cooperate. Have Yi send a batch of fugitives to the Longevity Legion. Tell them that Zhou is in seclusion. Yes, master. Ku Wei hurriedly ran out. Lu Yin could not find any useful information from his conversation with Zhou, so he could only leave. Elsewhere in Chaos Flow Zone, a spacecraft was heading towards the Cosmic Sea. It belonged to the Longevity Legion and there were hundreds of fugitives imprisoned inside. Inside the spacecraft, a man contacted the Cosmic Sea. Captain, I couldn't see Zhou, but he sent us a signal. Something has happened at Chaos God Mountain. He then glanced at the fugitives. I understand. A low voice sounded out and the call ended. 2 days had passed since Zhou had been captured. During these 2 days, aside from the disciples who had been captured in the Black Dome, everything else had been normal. Yi had appeared and even if some people had their doubts, they had been suppressed. Above the Black Dome, a total of 29 giants stood there, listening to Ku Wei's instructions. These giants obeyed Ku Wei's every word, and they respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Lu Yin looked on with admiration as these giants were not weak at all. Beep beep beep. His gadget rang and Lu Yin accepted the call. Wang Wen's voice came through. We forgot something very important. What is it? Lu Yin frowned as Wang Wen rarely spoke in such a tone. Wang Wen solemnly explained, the Innerverse is considered a second-tier power in the Fifth Mainland, and it can easily suppress the Outerverse. However, a single power might not be able to suppress the Cosmic Sea, much less the Neoverse. So why have the 8 great flow zones of the Innerverse rarely changed after so many years? You can think of ways to control Chaos God Mountain, the Cosmic Sea and the Neoverse, but the 8 great flow zones are still doing well. What are you trying to say? Lu Yin asked as he had a bad feeling about this. Every ecosystem has its own way of stabilizing itself, and the Immerse is no different. Even though the 8 great flow zones are at odds with each other, I can guarantee that there are connections between them that we are unaware of. If something happens to one of them, the other powers will quickly find out. Otherwise, it will be too easy for them to be defeated one by one, and the final result will be that the 8 great flow zones are no different. In the end, the 8 great flow zones will end up as vassals of other great powers, and they will no longer be independent. Lu Yin's fingers twitched as he listened quietly. The reason why we were able to establish the Great Eastern Alliance in the first place was because we grasped the secrets of the Weave's leading powers, which allowed us to easily suppress them. Also, do you remember the excuse we used to establish the Great Eastern Alliance? Wang Wen asked. Lu Yin recalled that he had told the vast Earth sect, Wan Qianqing, and the other great powers that the reason for establishing the Great Eastern Alliance was to resist the pressure from the Innerverse. If the Outerverse wanted to resist the Innerverse, then the Innerverse naturally wanted to resist the Neoverse as well. The Great Eastern Alliance was established to stabilize the Outerverse. Otherwise, the Outerverse Weave's leading powers would be nothing more than puppets against the Innerverse. If not for the Hall of Honor's suppression, those leading powers would have long since disappeared. Perhaps the Innerverse doesn't fear the Neoverse because of the Hall of Honor's suppression, Lu Yin said. Wang Wen was helpless. That's impossible. The Outerverse isn't important, but the Innerverse is different. The Hall of Honor might even want to control it, let alone the behemoths of the Neoverse. Furthermore, the 4 tyrants of the cosmic ocean are also not to be trifled with. The Innerverse must have a stable structure, and if something happens to one of them, the other powers will quickly learn of it. This is a secret that only the leaders of the 8 great flow zones know. There's not much time left. You need to quickly find out from Zhou how to conceal the secret of what happened to Chaos God Mountain. Otherwise, I believe that the Innerverse other flow zones will definitely join forces, and the Blazing Mist flow zone's internal war will also stop. Everything will become peaceful and our plan will be for naught. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Yin grumbled. He had felt that everything was going too smoothly and that something was wrong. That was why he had met with Zhou alone to see what was going on. However, Zhou was too cunning and Lu Yin couldn't see anything. Wang Wen was helpless. It's my fault this time. I didn't think of it and was too careless. Also, you acted too quickly. Lu Yin ended the call and went to look for Zhou. I don't know what you're talking about. Zhou sneered and closed his eyes. He didn't even look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. You must have a way to let the Sword Sect and the other powers know that something happened to Chaos God Mountain. Zhou calmly replied, I do, but I can't tell you. This was troublesome. Chaos God Mountain's cultivators were the ones who could endure hardships. Furthermore, they had spent many years mingling with the dark powers and were used to all sorts of methods. Their endurance was incomparable to the average person's, and any method that Lu Yin could think of would be useless against Zhou. I can cripple your astral origin cyclone, Lu Yin said indifferently. Zhou opened his eyes and stared at Lu Yin. That's better than having Chaos God Mountain under your control. Since you guessed that there was a connection between us, then you should have also guessed that we had an agreement. Even if my astral origin cyclone is crippled, my status in the Innerverse will not change. Besides, it doesn't matter if I don't have an astral source to fight in Chaos God Mountain. If you cripple me, then the Sword Sect and the others will be even more wary of you. While Lu Yin was in trouble, Wang Wen was also in trouble. The 6th Mainland's Autumn Frost family had finally come looking for him. Back then, the Autumn Frost family had sent Uncle Hua and a few others to take DFA to Aegis, but they had been captured by Lu Yin along the way. In order to hide Yumu's tracks, Lu Yin had not let any of them off and had locked them all up on Xenu Star. However, there was no such thing as an absolute secret, and the Autumn Frost family had still come looking for him. The Autumn Frost family did not contact Lu Yin, but instead sent an expert to Xenu Star to ask for Uncle Hua and the others. Fortunately, Frostwave Weave had envoys, or else the Autumn Frost family's imprinter would have been unbridled. Chapter 16:16. Lu Yin quickly received another call from Wang Wen. I think we should release Uncle Hua and the others. It's not a good time to tangle with the Autumn Frost clan, said Wang Wen. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. If Zhou doesn't say anything, then the Innerverse will know that something has happened to Chaos God Mountain sooner or later. However, they might not know that it's related to us, right? Wang Wen's eyes lit up. You want to use the Autumn Frost clan to divert attention? Will that work? Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen thought about it. It's very dangerous. We can use the Autumn Frost family to divert their attention, but there's also a chance that we'll be suppressed by them or even destroyed. The sixth mainland isn't something that the Innerverse can compare to. Lu Yin replied, I can make the sixth mainland fear me, and a single Autumn Frost family is not enough to destroy my Great Eastern Alliance. This method won't drag things out for long. Wang Wen clearly did not agree with Lu Yin's suggestion. Even if the Innerverse's great powers did not suspect the Great Eastern Alliance, the Great Eastern Alliance would still suffer significant losses if they fought against the Autumn Frost family in order to conceal the fact that they had control of Chaos God Mountain. Even if the Innerverse's great powers did not suspect the Great Eastern Alliance, the Great Eastern Alliance would still suffer significant losses. To lose less than to gain, this was a bad strategy. Stall for time and think about it, Lu Yin said. Wang Wen hung up the call. He did not expect the Autumn Frost family to come looking for him at this time. How troublesome. Even if the 8 Great Flow Zones had some sort of secret connection and made some sort of agreement with each other, it couldn't have been for a short period of time. Lu Yin estimated that at least 10 years had passed since the envoys would have the time to contact each other so frequently. These envoys all went into seclusion for many years, which was very normal. What he was worried about was that the contact period would be up. That was the most frustrating thing. Over the next few days, Lu Yin went to see Zhou every day in an attempt to get Zhou to spill the beans, but to no avail. I've already made a move against Chaos God Mountain. Even if you give up now, the Sword Sect and the other powers will definitely be on guard, so it's meaningless. What you need to think about right now is how to escape unscathed from me, not the Innerverse. What does the Innerverse have to do with you? Zhou sneered. Alliance Master Lu, stop talking nonsense. It's useless. I won't say anything. Why don't you try and cripple me? Lu Yin clenched his fists. It wasn't like he couldn't attack an emissary. One day an unexpected person contacted him. It was Tai Yishan. He and Tai Yishan could only be considered half friends. He never would have thought that Tai Yishan would contact him. Brother Lu, are you surprised that I contacted you? Tai Yishan asked with a smile. Lu Yin replied, I'm surprised. Why did you contact me? Brother Lu, do you still remember the group of cultivators that you gave me in the home of the gods in the new universe? Tai Yishan asked. Lu Yin replied, them? It's nothing. Brother Lu, not only did you help the home of the gods, but you also helped yourself, Supreme Immortal said. He then continued, back then, Dark Lotus used a piece of paper with the surname, Lu, as a crime to banish Big Sister's mercenary group, causing 72 of your people to die. Brother Lu has always remembered this grudge, and even if Dark Lotus is dead, Brother Lu will still find the Dark Lotus group for revenge. However, I want to tell Brother Lu that there are other people behind this matter and it's not just the Dark Lotus group. Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. Not just a group? Among the group of cultivators that Brother Lu gave me in the home of the gods, there were people who heard the words Chaos God Mountain, Tai Yishan said solemnly. Lu Yin's expression changed. Where are you? Tai Yishan was puzzled. Where is what? Lu Yin asked. Where are you now? Where are you? The home of the gods. Brother Lu, are you coming over? Lu Yin frowned. Chaos God Mountain? This was too much of a coincidence. He had thought that Tai Yishan was teasing him, but he was actually at Chaos God Mountain and had just taken control of it. Now that he had received such news, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Are you sure it's Chaos God Mountain? Tai Yishan replied, let that person tell you himself. Then a trembling voice rang out. Yes, it's Chaos God Mountain. When Dark Lotus returned to the Dark Lotus group, I heard it with my own ears. Chaos God Mountain will cooperate, and it's definitely true. I'm not lying. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Lu Yin's expression sank. Chaos God Mountain was far away in the Chaos Flow Zone, so how could they be involved in this matter? Brother Lu, I'm just telling you this information. This person is afraid of death, which is why he said it. You'll have to find out the truth yourself. Goodbye. Tai Yishan then hung up. Lu Yin put down his hand. What should have been a clear picture had suddenly become confusing again. He had originally thought that the Dark Lotus group was targeting Big Sister's mercenary group because of Leon's armada. They wanted to eliminate Leon's armada's fighting power, but if Chaos God Mountain was also involved, then that didn't seem right. It was just Big Sister's mercenary group, so why would they need Chaos God Mountain's help? Also, why would the Dark Lotus group be connected to Chaos God Mountain? Lu Yin stood in place and recalled everything that had happened from the moment that the person with the surname Lu had been banished. He did not miss a single detail as he tried to find Chaos God Mountain's shadow. He thought about it for a long time, but in the end, the only possibility he could think of was related to Chaos God Mountain was the Leo clan. When Big Sister's mercenary group had arrived in the Outerverse, they had been surrounded by the Leo clan. Lu Yin had brought Shui Day Knight to the pirate port and had run into Dechong. At that time he had been investigating the Leo clan, but unfortunately, the Leo clan had been destroyed on Drift Charge Planet, and all his investigations had come to an end. Originally he had thought that the Leo clan had received orders from Dark Lotus Group or Leon's Armada, so he hadn't paid them much attention. Lu Yin then summoned Song Yi. Dark Mist Weave? Song Yi was puzzled. Lu Yin solemnly said, "Organize all the information regarding Chaos God Mountain and Dark Mist Weave from 10 years ago." Song Yi nodded and left. Half a day later, Song Yi arrived behind Lu Yin and respectfully said, "Chaos God Mountain is very far from Dark Mist Weave, and there's almost no contact between them. The only time they did was 10 years ago when they supported a small family from Chaos Flow Zone in strengthening their port." Lu Yin's eyes went wide. "What family?" "The Leo clan," Song Yi replied. Lu Yin's fingers trembled. The Leo clan? It really was the Leo clan. That meant that the Leo clan's attack on Big Sister's mercenary group was related to Chaos God Mountain. Why did they support the Leo clan? What's the connection between them? Lu Yin asked. Song Yi shook his head. There's no record of it. There's only one record of the Leo clan, which is that they helped strengthen their port and some supplies. There's nothing else. Someone from the Leo clan once mingled in Chaos Flow Zone, and they got to know one of Chaos God Mountain's deacons. That's why no one cared about their support. Who did they get to know? Lu Yin asked. That elder died a long time ago at the hands of the Sixth Mainland, Song Yi answered. Lu Yin exhaled and disappeared, reappearing in front of Song Zhou. Song Zhou coldly replied, "Don't waste your energy. Either you cripple me." Lu Yin stared at Song Zhou. "I don't know if you've heard of the Leo clan." Song Zhou's expression changed, but it only lasted for an instant before he quickly returned to normal. "What Leo clan? I've never heard of them." The Leo clan is mentioned in Chaos God Mountain's records. The only contact you've had with this family is that you've unconditionally provided them with supplies and helped strengthen their port, but in the end, you didn't do anything. Chaos God Mountain isn't a charity. Tell me, why are you helping this family? Lu Yin asked. When he had first arrived at the pirate port, he had discovered that there were many advanced medical devices there. He had been suspicious at the time, but now it seemed that Chaos God Mountain had helped them. Song Zhou closed his eyes. "I don't know what you're talking about. This small family might have some connections with Chaos God Mountain's disciples, so it doesn't matter if we provide them with some supplies. It's not just any supplies. Something that can strengthen the pirate port. Although it's not a lot for Chaos God Mountain, it's not a small amount either. Let me think, could it be related to Leon's armada?" Song Zhou's eyes twitched, but he didn't say anything else. "What conflict does Leon's armada have with Chaos God Mountain? Why do you have to work with the umpires to deal with them?" Lu Yin asked again. Song Zhou didn't say anything. Lu Yin really wanted to kill him, but if he did, then the truth would disappear. He turned around and left. After Lu Yin left, Song Zhou opened his eyes and they flickered. He had actually been found out. Which part of the problem had occurred? He had originally thought that this matter would never be exposed. Even if the umpires were destroyed by Leon's armada, they wouldn't reveal that he was from Chaos God Mountain. Thus he had long since forgotten about this matter. If he didn't want to be found out, then he had to truly believe that he had done nothing. Song Zhou was just like that. When he had interacted with Lu Yin before, he had pretended that he didn't know anything about this matter. He hadn't expected it to be discovered at this time. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to hide it for much longer. "Is all of the information on Chaos God Mountain here?" Lu Yin asked. Behind him, Song Yi respectfully replied, "It's all here." Lu Yin looked through the information seriously, as he wanted to find the connection between Chaos God Mountain and the umpires. It was impossible to find a connection through the information, but Lu Yin still managed to find some clues. Chaos God Mountain was different from the other leading powers of the 8 Great Flow Zones. Chaos God Mountain's greatest characteristic was that it didn't rely on inheritance, but rather on competition. Song Zhou's position as Chaos God Mountain's master had not been inherited, and all of Chaos God Mountain's disciples could compete for the position of Chaos God Mountain's master. Lu Yin fell into deep thought when he saw this. The air in Chaos God Mountain was not suitable for ordinary people. It was too cold and it was so dry that it pierced into one's bones. Above the black dome, all of the giants were sleeping soundly. Their bodies were thousands of meters tall and they were like mountain ranges. Ku Wei was also here and he had no choice. He had originally wanted to find a better place to sleep, and it would be best if he could have a maid to wait on him. However, Lu Yin had forced him to stay with the giants, which gave him a headache. The disciples of Chaos God Mountain were very diligent in their cultivation. Regardless of whether it was day or night, there would always be someone cultivating. A group of elite disciples and elders had been captured, but this didn't affect Chaos God Mountain for the time being. Song Yi quickly took control of the mountain. No one noticed that 2 figures had charged in at an extremely fast speed. They didn't tear through the void but instead relied solely on their speed. After entering Chaos God Mountain, the 2 figures split up. Not long after, the void suddenly erupted with a powerful light. A terrifying astral source swept through Chaos God Mountain, causing the void to tremble. Lu Yin suddenly walked out and looked in the direction of Song Zhou's imprisonment. Not good, a powerhouse is coming to rescue us. How can this be? Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you.